Okay. Sacamos. Testing the mic here. Testing. How loud can I get? Oh. Yeah. So they can see the top. I'll push to the bottom. That's about right.
Si tu veux avoir plus d'air, ça se peut que tu entendes Olivia jouer un petit peu. Mais tu peux laisser la porte ouverte. Moi, j'ai arrêté même.
Peut-être je vais fermer la porte. C'est possible, oui.
Non, si tu veux que ce soit pas trop chaud, laisse la porte ouverte. Tu peux tester voir comment c'est comme ça.
As soon as people like start, talking and entering the house. Yeah.
Il va falloir aussi que tu t'habitues avec un gars qui fait des vidéos.
Oui.
Tes vidéos vont avoir des vidéos. Première vidéo qu'on peut faire ici.
Okay. So, how do I share this? Okay. Put that here. $330 is not quite $330 yet. Cat through? Okay. Share. Okay. Copy video link. And send it to my phone, maybe. Okay. Let's turn this up higher, maybe. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. Meu português é muito mal. E déjà beaucoup de dias que eu não pratiquei avec des pessoas. Alô. Pastas nata. Pastas nata. Pastas nata? Pastas nata. Okay. Let's get the... Okay. Somebody's gonna fuck that. Send. Where's send? Okay. Copy. We got our first. Ah. Had someone, then I lost them. Okay. Welcome, whoever you are. I'm just working out some kinks. If you want to let me know how my sound is doing, I'd really appreciate it. Say hello in the chat here. Draft is going to start in about about 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. Now, what was I doing? Setting up some links on social media. Welcome. Just working out some stuff here in the meantime. Do you have any questions? Just pop them here in the chat. Take a picture. Me watching this. Let's wrap around the camera. Okay. Let's do one of these for social media. No, it sucks. Yep. Yeah. What's this? Welcome. Take a picture. Okay, so I'm just doing some stuff for social media. Draft starts in about 30 minutes. Is that blurry? How did I manage to get a blurry picture of that? I don't believe it. How's my audio? Anyone want to let me know? Got 3 people in there. 3. Discard. Audio's good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Just bear with me here, folks. I'm just taking picture for social media, blah, blah, blah. Does everybody have their cheat notes? Audio is good for Philip. Thanks, Phil. Where did this little nail come from? I got a tiny nail here. I don't know where that little nail came from. Everyone got their cheat notes? Ready? Are you ready? Save. Okay, we got some sound here, some pre-draft stuff. I'm going to get started. Let's get the audio happening. This is David Amber I have here on the sidelines.
Will also change the direction for many years to come with a single calling out of the name tonight. So you don't believe me, but 20 years ago, the last time the draft was in Nashville, this is what happened. 2003, considered one of the best drafts ever. So many future Hall of Famers.
Oh, 2003, last draft in Nashville.
And the Penguins, 3 Stanley Cup later, and look what you have. In fact,
that's when Fleury was chosen first overall by the Penguins. Nice.
Comprehensive coverage coming your way.
Okay.
Players get drafted, you'll hear from them. We'll talk to the GMs as well. We have our analysts, we have our insiders, they're all ready to go. The picks in a matter of moments. But first, the party started out on Lower Broadway. Let's send it out to Preds captain, Romanios.
What's up, Nashville? How are we feeling? Let's give a true welcome to country music star José.
Oh, I'm going to turn this down. Sorry, not a country music fan. This is just pre-draft stuff happening. I'm just doing some social media stuff, and I'm live. Anybody have any questions or anything? Yeah, hit me up in the chat there. Say hello. Love to hear from you. I should probably be looking up there. Keep on forgetting. I'm used to having my camera down here on the side and not using the webcam. I have to get a better webcam, but I'll do that a lot. Be like looking over here, and I should be looking right there. Say hello. Say hello. Okay. Whew. Audio was good. All right. Nashville does look like a great place, great party place, though. I would love to go there. I'm a big ribs fan as well. So, I mean, who's not a ribs fan, really? Except for a vegan? Perhaps. Okay. Let's continue to do some social media stuff. Anybody heard the latest on any signings or anything? The last I heard was about Vegas signing Barbashev to a five-year deal worth $5 million after they sent Riley Smith to Pittsburgh. That's the latest thing that I've heard, but I haven't been glued to my Twitter at the moment. I'm still just doing a little prep work for the draft here. I'm not the most social media savvy guy, so maybe I do this a little slower and not as well as most, but who cares? Who cares? And yeah, welcome to the new studio. Hope you like it. I know you don't see much, but give you a little peek here. Oh, they're back on the panels here. I'll shut up for a second. This is David Amber, Chuck Fletcher, Sam Constantino, and I don't even know who the last guy is. He's new. Or maybe he's a guy I hear a lot on radio, but I don't recognize.
Well, it's the end of the beginning for Connor Bedard. The second.
How do you guys hear the commentary?
Offensive talent.
Pretty well, I assume. If you want to let me know, that'd be great.
Coming across the line, being patient, showing poise. Oh, little dipsy dude. Thought he was going to shoot. Didn't work out that way. I'll pick up my own rebound. Thank you very much. You're also talking about a guy who can score from distance. Watch Austin Matthews all times throughout his career growing up. Yes, he's taking it to the net there, but that curl and drag shot, the signature shot from Connor Bedard. The flex he gets on that stick, he can score mid-range, he can score distance. And oh, by the way, if you start to sleep on that,
I've got a baby on the grind.
But since he was granted exceptional stats, he played in Sweden internationally a couple of times as a double underage player. He's averaged 1 goal and 1 assist per game. Simply amazing stuff for this dynamic offensive talent. The next chapter begins tonight for Connor. He sweeps the CHL awards, top prospect, top player, top scorer. All eyes on Connor Bedard. But there's some other intriguing storylines as well, Jason. What do you have?
Well, Matt Fay, Mitch talk. It's time to go to war with this pick. And
I do know this guy.
Facetiously, so don't take that out. But this kid, elite talent. I mean, here's a guy.
It's not Fuka, is it?
Hopefully, in the next 3 years. You're watching the highlights here. He played on a bunch of different teams this year, guys. Progressed in the MHL, the BHL, the KHL. His scoring stats at the KHL level, 20 points in 27 games. That is elite. Trust me when I tell you, it's a hard league for young people to score in. He's looked teams in the eyes this week, guys. He's made an impression. Teams feel more comfortable now about making that selection.
Well, many people are saying he's the best Russian prospect since Alexander Ovechkin or Evgeny Malkin. Pretty high praise considering those are 2 future Hall of Famers right there. The dipsy dude, you see, he's got all the tricks up his sleeves as well. Meanwhile, Chuck, take us through what this day is like from a GM's perspective, because we know the anxiety being felt by the prospects. What about the GMs?
There's a lot of anxiety too for the GMs. You have your list. You have a couple names circled that you hope will fall to you. And with the exception of Chicago and Anaheim today, I'm pretty sure they know who they're taking. But starting with Columbus at 3, who you draft will depend a little bit on who goes before you. So you're anxious, but you've also been working the phone. So you've probably been walking the floor for the last couple hours and talking to your contemporaries. Can you move up? Can you move down? Is there a trade you can make about the cap situation on PDT? So that's been, you're multitasking, but there's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement.
All right, well, make no mistake, there's excitement here, but there's also a little bit of tension as well as we await our first overall pick. We've got you covered on the floor as well. Elliot Friedman, Jeff Merritt, out the possible. Let's start with Elliot because there's going to be lots of news.
Okay, Elliot Friedman.
David, Chuck just mentioned about Anaheim at number 2. I think there's some teams here, even though Anaheim might know what they're doing, the teams behind them aren't as certain. So I think that's going to be the first real interesting point of the draft. Then from there, we go to Montreal. We'll speak to King Blues in a few minutes. All kinds of intrigue about the Canadiens having the number 5 pick and potentially moving down. Depending on what happens in front of them, they're definitely going to get calls. They've gotten calls already, and we'll see what Montreal's decision is going to be. The other name I wanted to mention was a specific NHL player. There's been a lot of talk about Travis Sanheim over the past couple of weeks, especially since he was nearly traded to St. Louis.
20 minutes to the draft,
I think
ladies and gentlemen.
Have kind of pulled Sanheim back, but they're getting a lot of calls about him. I don't get the sense that anything is imminent. I don't think anything's guaranteed to happen tonight. But now that Sanheim's name has been out there, I think teams are calling the Flyers to see what their intentions are while they're trying to calm this storm down. Jeff?
Okay, thank you, Elliot. The Nashville Predators are not only hosting this year's edition of the draft, they also hope to make the biggest splash in it. New general manager Barry Trotz very much hoping to put his signature on this team early. That's Barry Trotz coming into the rink around 1:30 local time here. Nashville is poised to select 15th and 24th, but as you can see here with this quote, Barry Trotz wants A big splash. He's looking for big players. Are those picks in play? Yes, they are. Are players like Saros or Robin Yossi in play? Absolutely not. But prospects, perhaps Yaroslav Askarov, maybe the best netminder not in the NHL right now. Is he in play? We've heard that. Another quick note on Nashville as well, guys. They have 9 restricted free agents to qualify. It sounds like they will only qualify 2. Cody Glass and Alexander Carrier. Does that mean that Cal Foote is poised to become a free agent? Yes, it does. And one final note, look for Mark Borowiecki to join the Nashville Predators in the next couple of days in his official capacity, believed to be pro player development.
Cherry? Anyone want a cherry?
Yeah, Jeff, it's
Sure.
a big night for Connor Bedard. It could be a big first round for the Western Hockey League. Sam Cosentino has 8 WHL players going within the first 32 picks here tonight in his final mock draft. Where will Andrew Crystal of the Kelowna Rockets be selected? He's a close friend of Bedard's. The two are teammates in the North Shore Inline Hockey League on the BC Lower Mainland. Their team, the Great Guys, actually have a game scheduled tonight. So you know they're going to be in tough without those two in the lineup. Just as another one of their teammates, Columbus Blue Jackets' own Kent Johnson.
What's up, AC and Beds? Just want to wish you guys good luck in the draft tonight. Pretty crazy you guys are missing the roller game for this, but yeah, hopefully we can get the W without you guys, and don't be surprised if your inline gear is out of your stall when you guys get back, because this is pretty selfish, but yeah, good luck tonight. Enjoy.
Okay.
Just a small
We've got a trade light as well.
All of this, and we thank Ken for sending in that excellent piece of video. Here tonight, though, not
Is that,
about the line, but rather
high class or what?
walking the line on down to
Okay.
the stage, and we expect Connor Bedard to be at the front of it. David?
Brilliant stuff there, pal. Great stuff. All right, when we return to Nashville, Connor Bedard, as you said, front and center. We'll have it with our Colby Armstrong. We'll have a sign behind-the-scenes look at the NHL Combine. And Carolyn Cameron, Vancouver, all eyes on Nashville tonight. She'll tell you why. She'll have 2 good reasons. It's all coming up from Nashville.
Okay. Twitter. I'm almost done. I got Twitter now. Ugh. I need a haircut badly. Okay, so there's a break in progress. And all I got left here is I got Twitter. I got to put something out on Twitter, and I'm done. Z-Wise. Is that Z? Z-Wise. Hi, it's Lionel. How you doing? Hey, Lionel. Welcome. Thanks for joining me today. Yeah, welcome to the new studio. There's a little bit of that. And some of this. And over there we have this stuff. Everything's not completely sort of ready and set to go. I'll be moving stuff around. I sort of barely got this up yesterday, so I'll slowly be doing some more videos as the days go by. I'll be doing stuff on all the signings, all the crazy time of year over the next week or so. So yeah. And I would love to, I'd love to hear if any questions or anything you got, shoot it at me. Looks good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Philip was just telling me my audio's good too. So thanks for saying so. And yeah, we'll get going here. Please excuse me. I'm just going to put out a tweet. That's the last thing I've got to do on social media, just with the link to this this live reaction video here. And yeah, boof. What's the last thing? Has anyone's heard on 5? I got 5 people. All right. What's the last thing anyone's heard about any trades? Again, for me, it's still only the Barbashev signing / trade of Riley Smith to Pittsburgh. So, Emil, can I see the draft free somewhere? I'm sure there's a link you could find. I'm watching it through Sportsnet right now, and once there's a commercial in progress, Emil, but you'll at least be able to hear it. and we'll be talking about it, and I'll be throwing up all the players drafted behind me. So I believe someone posted a link on my Facebook page, my Crash Test Hockey Facebook page, to a sort of, a link that you might be able to use, but I can't really mention it. But if you go to my Facebook page, you'll find something there. I got to keep remembering to look up here to my webcam. So I hope that answered your question. I'm sorry I just can't, throw it at you. But again, if you go to Crash Test Hockey on my Facebook page, you'll find it. You'll find the link on my channel, Emil. It's my Facebook page. It's on my home channel there.
It's a unique second screen experience. You can talk to the host, talk to the draft picks after they're chosen. YouTube.com/Sportsnet.
I'm just looking at it right now.
Draft past. And speaking of Colby Armstrong, no one, and it has more fun when they go one-on-one. The players with Colby Armstrong. Recently, he had a visit with Connor Bedard.
Yeah, just go to my my homepage on my YouTube here, and you'll find a link to my Facebook page, or you could just search Crash Test Hockey on Facebook. That's all you got to do.
I'd ask you what it was like going up here. What do they call this? North End.
Yeah, it's North End.
North End.
Now they're doing a bit here on Bedard.
Overtime goal.
Oh, like reaction?
So
I'm a big fan of yours. How good is that?
Those are the best, those reactions.
I know.
okay, so gotta do this. It's Colby Armstrong talking with Bedard.
Yeah, that's a sweet spot. Well, the rink's 5 minutes from your house, which is like all you care about.
All right, North Shore Winter Club, 3-on-3 hockey league. Connor would let me come on the ice with him and play because they take it so seriously. It's a little much, but I'll be working the score clock. And I got one of his sticks too. I already stole it. Let's go. This is real.
There it is. 7 different kinds of smoke he's throwing. Oh, she's a runaway, boys.
Oh, what?
It's a circus here. There's kids everywhere. What a place to grow up playing hockey. I want to ask you about your favorite memory watching hockey.
I was at Game 5, 2011 against San Jose in Western Conference Finals. So that was the game that the extra goal that no one knew where the puck was.
Oh, good. Back in for Alex Burrows. It's up in the air. And the Vancouver Canucks are going to the Stanley Cup Finals.
So I was there for that game. It was pretty cool, but Kessler tied it with 20 seconds left, and the guy, I was a little kid, I was 5 or 6. So the guy behind me jumped up and
Almost there, folks. We got about just over 10 minutes.
So I go home.
What you hear in the background is Sportsnet coverage. That's just an interview now between Bedard and Armstrong.
Yeah, maybe the biggest moment in Canucks history. Obviously, being a fan growing up was pretty special.
Scouting report. It's the draft, but I'm like a team. I'm like, why would we draft you?
I'm super competitive. First of all, I love to win.
God, welcome to the team.
But no, I love to be creative and try to make plays and everything. That's probably what I enjoy the most is doing stuff to try to create offense.
What's your weaknesses, Connor?
Shot blocking.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think you're paid to score goals.
Shot blocking is a
Who do
weakness.
you compare yourself to?
I watch a lot of hockey and try to kind of pick apart guys' games and learn.
Here's my trade light.
Someone I've said is
You like it?
Here come the Wild, and they score. Great shot by who else?
I'm eating cherries. Anybody want cherry?
I used to pick one.
Cherry?
Him.
I like that.
It's a little hard to pick one guy. I think.
Anybody?
For me, it's just nuts because I played
They get fat too. Look at that. Look at that sucker.
You skated with them?
Yeah.
You have like
last summer.
four cherry trees
He was actually sitting beside me.
Yeah.
on our lot here, so I've been picking nonstop.
He's drafted here.
There's good fiber.
He's the player that I looked up to, and he's someone that, if there was a perfect kind of person player, he's like that, and it was the exact same when I got to meet him. It was so nice.
Okay.
Asked me questions and
Just looking at my Twitter here.
He doesn't have to do that, but for him
Trying to see what the good word is on some chat about any trades that could be happening. Because really, unless your team is in the bottom 15, it's mostly what you care about. makes it more exciting, obviously. And silly season really starts right now, right? So,
All these kids want to know what team they're going to cheer for.
Yeah, I don't know.
so if you've heard anything, yeah, throw it my way. Zet Wise, okay. Can you save me some, please? Cherries, yes, will do. Will do. They're fat, they're juicy, they're amazing. They're comparing Bedard to Kane. Patty Kane did it when he had his mullet, so I gave a photo of him to his hairdresser and held it out there a bit. His was a little nicer, but I think mine's all right. Oh, he cut his. Who cares? It's about his hair. Why am I even talking about it?
Thanks very much, David. Yeah, a bit of a different hairstyle tonight for Connor Bedard and longtime friend Andrew Crystal. How are you feeling? How did you sleep last night?
Not bad. I mean,
more Connor Bedard interviews.
It's good to be here with guys like Andrew that I grew up with, and to just go through it together is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking right now, I think, but yeah, it's cool to be going through it with Connor, and not too much sleep last night, but yeah, it's cool to be here.
So longtime friends, as I said, you two grew up together playing minor hockey for the Vancouver Vipers. We know the scouting report for you two as players. What's Connor like, though? What was he like growing up?
Yeah, he was special. I think right when he first touched the ice, he could rip the pedal way harder than us and, go bar down. We were just trying to get it off the ice and, just skate laps around everybody too. So, you could see that he was going to be, something really special from the start.
And what about Andrew?
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw him, he had his mouth guard all chewed up with a string.
Anyone on Twitter here at all? Anyone bother with Twitter?
So he's always been, a special player. And, we're really close now. We're together all the time. So, it's been a lot of fun to kind of see his journey and see his success.
Well, sorry to hear that you're missing that important roller game, but have fun tonight. The nerves will subside.
Thank you.
David?
Oh, that was awesome. A definite Vancouver theme to tonight's first round we anticipate. Now, earlier this month, all the top prospects went to the Combine in Buffalo, New York. Intense there, grueling interviews, physical challenges, but they did find some time to have a little fun as well.
Ugh. Did any of you guys bother watching the second day of the draft? Anyone? Any interested in that or no? Any hardcore here? I used to do it, not so much anymore because it's so long and not enough people really drop by, but mostly because it's really long. And you're doing it like back-to-back live sessions like this that are around 3 hours. It seems a little much. And they're interviewing players here. It's like personal questions. Who's their favorite singer? Who cares? Okay. Okay, so let's check Twitter here for latest news. Kevin Weeks, 7 minutes ago. I'm also hearing there's a chance Pred's top goalie prospect could be on the move via trade. Really? Perhaps to Montreal? Huh. I don't see why in the hell the Preds would do that. They're obviously in a rebuild. The guy's going to be ready in a couple of years. I can't remember his name, but he's their goalie prospect. He's in Russia, obviously, and he should be ready. No, he's playing in the AHL, and I think he's going to play one more year there. And that's right around when Saros' contract expires, and I think 2 more years. So it'll overlap beautifully. So I don't know what the hell. If anything, I trade UC Saros maybe at the trade deadline this year or even next. That would make more sense. For them. So we'll see what happens there. That's Kevin Weeks though. Oh, talking about Canadian teams in first round. Canadians are 5th. Canucks are 11th. Flames are 16th. Jets are 18th. Maple Leafs are 28th. Senators and Oilers do not have a first round pick.
With Ken Hughes, the GM of the Canadians, before we ask you about your picks,
This is Elliot Friedman here.
You asked the most unique questions, or your staff did. What did you guys ask that had these guys so confused about it?
Well, I think our scouting group feels that given the market that we're in, we want to be able to put the players to a bit of a test, have them think outside the box, and just see what kind of reaction we get out of them.
Any one question in particular that you think really got them?
Oh.
You know what? Like over 2 years, I've heard quite a few of them. I'm not sure I would have been able to answer them under the pressure. I think one was if you were at war and you were required to shoot down enemy submarines, and that submarine had shot down one of your boats, and there were members of your army in the water, and you knew the submarine was there, would you shoot the submarine? Question whether you appreciate and stay focused on the task. Difficult questions, but
That's interesting. I don't know if you guys all heard that.
What is the percentage that you keep the pick?
I can give you a number, and it may not turn out to be the case. I don't know. I would say certainly upwards of 50%.
Thank you very much, Ken.
You're welcome.
Dave? All right, he's got his game face on. Yeah, the heat is on. We are moments away from our first pick in Nashville. Keep it locked here. You're watching NHL.
Okay. Okay, there we go. A little bit of light action. How do you like my new thermos? It's got it for my birthday a little while ago, about 5 days ago. It's really textured, so it's almost like a de-stressor when you pick it up. Very nice. No alcohol today. I totally forgot to pick up some beer for this. I'm really slipping. Okay, what are we looking at here on Twitter? There's a commercial break in progress. Oh, there's a little smudge in my magazine. Christ. Yeah, there we go. I feel like I got to change the lights a little bit. Buds All Day broadcast are saying about the Toronto Maple Leafs and Alexander Kerfoot that anything more than 1.5 would make them very sad. I could deal with Kerfoot at 1.5. Problem is, Keefe would put him in the top 6 again. That's my problem with Kerfoot. So, moving on. What else do we got here on Twitter? Timo Meyer, as you all know, he signed a 8-year deal with 8.8 AAV with the Devils. Michael Ogello from Hockey Buzz says that this is a template that Brad Trevling needs to use on William Nylander, who is not as good as Meyer. Forsberg's 8.5 million AAV should be the comparable for the Leafs to use. I'm not sure I completely agree with that. I think I'd rather take Nylander than Meyer. Timo Meyer, excuse me. But I think, I think Forsberg, I think 8.5. I wouldn't go more than 9 for William Nylander. That's otherwise I'm like, okay. We'll trade you for some players or picks or whatever. Picks that you would, again, flip for other players. Spit and Chiclet says, win the cup and get rewarded by playing with Sidney Crosby. Not bad. That's about the Riley Smith being sent to the Penguins. Still on commercial break. We got three people. Give me a thumbs up. It really helps with the... Oh, my God. With my English. It really helps with my English. Really helps the algorithm, all that kind of fun stuff. So here's a key light I can use to shine up my nose during the program. Here we are. Oh no, it's frozen. What? What's going on here? Oh, it's still a commercial. Didn't miss anything. Everyone breathe. Breathe. Okay, I got a pen going here for my picks. I got some markers happening. Blue. I got some different colors happening here. Put on the board. Oh, here we go. It's the official opening. It's first official opening of the draft. I'll turn it up a bit.
Heard your name called before. Regina Pat select Connor Bedard. And the winner is Adam Fantilli. But tonight, in the Music City, your name will hit with a different tune. I'm really excited for it. Something I've been waiting for a long time. And I don't like it because I've worked hard to get to that point. I'll probably black out for a second. I think it'll take a while to kind of settle in. I think that it'll be one of the biggest moments of my life. Chills. It's kind of what you dream of your whole life. Draft day is special, but it's pretty much all about what you do after that. Most think that this is the first steps to greatness. The hard work doesn't start tonight. It just gets harder from here on out.
There's word that Foligno might get an extension from the Wild, 3-4 years.
Unforgettable moments for some. That won't happen tonight.
Huh. There's talk here that the Preds are trying to offer pick number 15, number 24, and their goalie prospect Askarov for the number 5 pick from Montreal. Interesting. What does everybody think of that? Any comment? Askarov. That's a pretty... I think it's a pretty good deal for Montreal. But number 5 is pretty good. Sounds good, Nick. Nice to have you. Did you hear the rumor about the Montreal rumor? About Preds offering 15, 24 and Askarov for the number 5 pick? Let me know what you think. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Well, here we go, folks. Jason, it is Jason Bukala. Yeah, Chuck Fletcher, Sam Constantino, David Amber on the panel here.
Let's start with you guys. Lots of anticipation, lots of excitement. Jason, what are you most anticipating?
The draft starts at number 2 for me, guys. Whoever goes off the board, number 2, will set the tone for the first round, and it's going to get interesting in a hurry here today, Sammy.
Yeah, I'm looking. You often don't see teams with the top 5 pick trade out of it or trade back, and we'll always see that tonight.
I'm looking at teams that have multi-first round picks. There's 8 of them right now, 2 in particular. First of all, it starts with Arizona at 6 and 12. And then I look at St. Louis. We'll get a great player at 10. I don't expect Doug Armstrong to keep 25 and 29. Multi-pick teams make for interesting draft days.
9 teams without a pick. You have to imagine some of those are trying to work their way onto the draft floor. Let's get you out onto the draft floor.
Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it. Helps the algorithm.
Down there,
welcome.
Ready to break whatever news might transpire tonight.
A little bit of quiet before the storm, I think, David, right now. No doubt about it. As Jason just mentioned, a lot of focus on what Anaheim does it to. Patrick's been good at keeping it quiet. The other thing, too, is Ken Hughes just told us moments ago, greater than 50% chance Montreal keeps the pick. So that's...
Montreal not wanting to trade the pick.
Jeff.
we get confused often, but we'll have these Dick Tracy-like good looks and the wonderful coiffed hair. You know, picking up on what Elliot just said about the Montreal Canadiens there as well, I think we wonder about the Washington Capitals. Could they be the team trying to get up to that number 5 spot to maybe grab Matvei Michkov? We've heard that, you know, the Arizona team is a very popular team right now. Teams are trying to get into their spot as well and maybe block the Philadelphia Flyers from drafting someone like Matvei Michkov. This is a draft that has tons of questions here on the floor, and maybe one of the biggest, and we talked about this in the opening, guys, the Nashville Predators. We know that Barry Trotz, new general manager, wants to leave a mark and wants to leave an impression and do something big. Can the Nashville Predators get into the top 10? That man there, he's wondering, can I get into the top 5? Maybe he wants to make an impact. He's drafting twice in the first round. Those picks are in play. Yaroslav Askarov, the netminder playing with Milwaukee, maybe the best netminder outside of the NHL. He's in play as well. So it looks like the Nashville Predators are not only hosting the draft, but also want to leave the biggest mark on it and make the biggest splash. These are some of the things we're going to be discussing here on the floor. And after the picks are made as well, what we'll do is we'll give
It's really
you
cool to
some
look through this.
context. How does this new player fit into the prospect pool, whether it's Chicago, whether it's Anaheim, whether it's Columbus? When these players get picked, we'll tell you how they fit into that team's pipeline. Meantime, it's catwalk time with Kyle Bukowski.
This is a fun issue to look through.
Look great tonight.
It's like a coffee table book.
Carrie Underwood, Morgan Wallen, Kane Brown, just a few of the acts that have performed here at Bridgestone already.
That's Theo Fleury there.
The stage belongs to the future, next generation of NHL talent, headlined by Connor Bedard. The catwalk they will walk, fit for music stars and future hockey stars. The Grand March to the National Hockey League, and Carol and Cameron waiting to greet them on the other side. Carol.
Thanks, Kyle. In this business, that's what we call a true walk and talk. I'm going to be safely seated all night because after the players get drafted, they'll come here to this stage and talk to me for the first time in their brand new jerseys. They'll have their first reaction on being drafted into the NHL and will also reflect on their journey. David?
All right, Carolyn. Yeah, it's such an emotional night for so many of these families. Last year, we had 9 Canadian Sam picked in the first round. Do you expect that number to be eclipsed tonight?
Well, it's so multicultural in the draft now. When you think about how widespread all the talent is coming from, North America, Canada, and the US, you're looking at Slovaks, you're looking at Russian players, Czechia, Sweden, Finland, of course. So it is broadband. But when thinking about the Canadian players, I still think about the impact of what the pandemic had on those players who in minor hockey might have missed out on a year or didn't get to play a proper year as we normally see it. That might mitigate things here a little bit in terms of the true number of Canadians.
All right, well, we know it's forward heaven. We know this is considered one of the best drafts in many, many years. Let the picks begin. We will send it to the stage where Commissioner Gary Bettman will start out this evening in Nashville, Tennessee. The 2023 entry draft begins now.
Oh, fantastic. Here we go. It is officially sort of starting. Woo! Bettman is up there. Curses, Burb.
Welcome to all the prospects, family members, and friends, and especially the hockey fans here with us in Bridgestone Arena. And welcome to the many more watching around the world. Welcome to the 2023 Upper Deck NHL Draft. 2 nights ago in this building, we honored the very best of the spectacular 2022-23 NHL season at the NHL Awards. Tonight and tomorrow, we celebrate the future of our clubs. So that means we'll have had 2 major NHL events within 4 days in Nashville.
Gary Bettman comes on stage and my audience disappears. Unbelievable.
This city also has hosted a previous draft and within the last 7 years, an All-Star game, a Stadium Series game, and a Stanley Cup final. There should be no doubt that Nashville loves and supports NHL hockey. So thank you. And with the wonderful history of the Predators, it is worth noting that no one has done more over the last 26 years to build this model franchise and the city of Nashville into a destination hockey market than David Poile.
All right. Just looking at some
David, as this is your 20th
Bateman's just
as general manager of the Predators, your 40th
blowing
draft
smoke up
as an NHL
Poile's butt
general
here.
manager.
Rightfully so, but it's just nothing too important at the moment. I'm just going to look at Twitter here for a second. Bruce Garriott tweets that Pierre GM, Ottawa GM Pierre Dorian and Vancouver GM Patrick Alvin are having a pre-draft chat.
And franchise icon Pekka Rinne.
Well, Pekka Rinne is coming to the stage. Is he? Yeah.
David, as a thank you, we want to present you this guitar from Gibson. So thank you, Gibson. Just want to say thank you for everything you've done for the NHL, but especially for Nashville.
They're just saying thank you to Poile. Nothing too important here.
Words in your introduction. In 1997, I came here with the goal and the vision to make Nashville a successful hockey city. A general manager is only good as the people around him, and I have been very fortunate to work with many great people on and off the ice who have shared my goals and vision. Thank you to every one of my colleagues, past and present, and thank you to Nashville's great fans for making Nashville one of the most successful and passionate cities in the National Hockey League.
More and more people are hearing about Austin Matthews' deal is going to be anywhere between 3 and 5 years maximum, not beyond. It's rumored that Milan Lucic could be going back to Boston. The picks have not started yet, so yeah, nobody panic.
Thank you, Roman and Pekka. David, congratulations, and it's time to get to work. You can do better than that. Now you're talking. The first pick in the 2023 NHL Draft belongs to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Okay. Almost there.
You're on the clock.
Chicago's on the clock. All right.
All right, here we go. Special congratulations to David Poile. What a career for him. Nice to see him honored. But the big storyline, Connor Bedard. We're about to see the coronation of Connor Bedard, aren't we, Sam?
Yeah, the Connor Bedard draft and a chance for the Chicago Blackhawks and
Boy.
John Davidson to get a reset on the organization. You can't think of a better player to do that with.
Jason?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been waiting for this moment. Elite player, but character beyond, this guy's just a character individual, leader who's going to take the franchise to where it goes, which is probably going to be Stanley Cups again down the road in Chicago.
And Chuck, what does this mean from a general manager's perspective when you can have...
So, according to the Hockey News, Connor Bedard has been compared to Sidney Crosby in terms of his skills. He's 5'10", 185 pounds, shoots right. He's a center. You probably know that already.
What's your name and where are you from? Kyle from Chicago. A couple times, yeah. For Blackhawks. Yeah. How much would you say you know about hockey? Probably like.
This is interesting.
I didn't play professionally or anything, so probably like a 4. Oh wow, okay. Fan of the sport, I don't know. Some people say I don't know that much. So, do you think that the league rigged the draft in favor of the Chicago Blackhawks? No. Very confident. I'm very confident.
That is tremendous. And there's Chicago ready to make the first.
That was the general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks being randomly interviewed on the street, asking about what he knows about hockey, and if he thinks I don't know if you heard all that. If he thinks it was rigged, that was pretty funny. Okay, here we go. We're gonna pick Bedard. It's after this that it gets interesting, right? So he's from North Vancouver, British Columbia, by the way. Wow, how many people do they have on stage? Like 17 people.
Chicago Blackhawks would first like to recognize the incredible career of David Poile and congratulate him on his retirement. We'd also like to congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights on their Stanley Cup championship.
It's good
I'd
cherries,
like to
boy.
say hi to all of the Blackhawks fans back in Chicago at the Salt Shed. The Blackhawks fans here tonight and all the Blackhawks fans watching around the world. And with the first overall selection in the 2023 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select from the Regina Pats, the Western Hockey League, Connor Bedard.
Oh, here we go. Bedard is officially a Blackhawk. Whew. Okay. All right, now let's go. Let's get into the interesting stuff. We all knew where he was going. All right. So, who's two?
There it is. Parents,
Like
Melanie, sister Maddie.
Mitchkov, because no one knows when he's going to arrive. Obviously, could be like 3 years from now. But if there was no doubt on about him stepping in, he could probably jump in easily, be the number 2. Maybe easily is a bit of a strong word, but he could be number 2 overall ahead of Fantilli. Hockey News has it's Bedard, Fantilli, Carlson, Mitchkov in that order, the top 4. And then they have Will Smith at 5, Dvorsky at 6, Oliver Moore at 7, and Zach Benson at 8. Again, for those of you, the Hockey News compare Bedard to Sidney Crosby. Guys, 5'10", 185 pounds, ranked number 1 among North American skaters in the draft. Welcome. Thanks for joining me today. Bedard just got picked. Don't forget give me a thumbs up. It helps with the algorithm. Blah, 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 blah. Hopefully this will start getting really goofy as soon after Chicago gets off the stage. I'm hoping.
I feel so good for Luke Richardson as well. This is how you celebrate a first-year anniversary with the team. He was hired a year ago yesterday, and hey, how about Connor Bedard? Something to work with now in Chicago. And what makes him so dynamic?
So no, we at least know it's going to be Taylor Hall and Bedard on the first line. Maybe they sign someone scrappy to keep the flies off him. Maybe like an Austin Watson or Ryan Reeves. I could see that being a good match there. Now they're just talking about Bedard. I'll let you listen in.
Which is already great, but continues to work on the playmaking and added layer and twist to the playmaking this year.
See, they call him 5'9 3/4 on Sportsnet.
Obviously, the release is exceptional. There's no question about it. What you don't see in some of these clips is how he transports the puck through the neutral zone. he's not a burner, guys. Like, this guy isn't got like Adam Fantilli big breakaway speed, but his leverage is exceptional. His lower half and his core is very strong. He's picking apart Team Slovakia here. I mean, that's just a special big moment at the World Juniors. We were there, Sammy. Massive. Oh, look at this.
EA Sports doesn't rest on anything. They got it out pretty quickly. 98 in Chicago on the signature move on his knee, and the great shot. They're all over it already. That was quick. Let's get you back down. Connor Bedard, officially now a member of the Chicago Blackhawks, and he's standing by with our Carolyn camera.
Connor, congratulations. We've waited years for this. For you, it's been the work of a lifetime. How does the moment live up to the dream?
Oh man, this is incredible. Just being here with my family, like I said, it's like it's a dream come true, and to be selected, Chicago, what a storied franchise there, and I can't wait to get to work.
Yeah, you grew up a Canucks fan at a time when Chicago was one of their biggest rivals. How does it feel to be wearing that sweater?
It's unbelievable. I mean, just looking down and seeing the logo and feeling it on myself is it's crazy. And
interviewing Bedard.
Obviously, they won the 3 cups when I was growing up and watching it. The players that played there, it's remarkable. So I couldn't be happier.
How much do you know about Chicago, the city?
Just that they love their sports, really. They've had a lot of, iconic moments with the Bulls, and Blackhawks, Bears, and Cubs, everything, White Sox. So, that's kind of mostly what I know. Hopefully I can get to know it a little better soon.
You'll be getting there pretty soon. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
David?
Well, that smile says it all. Such a humble young man. Jeff Merrick, what do you want to add?
There's a few things. I had a chance to talk to Ron Robinson over the weekend. He's the commissioner of the Western Hockey League about Connor Bedard, and he said, look, we've never seen anything like this in the Western League. And Bedard goes into this pantheon of great Western Hockey League players like Brian Trottier and Joe Sakic and Bobby Clark and Carey Price. And I'll tell you what, David, as junior hockey...
So top prospects from the Blackhawks. We got Reichel, left wing, Nazar, center.
The Western Hockey League was within 5% of when...
2 of their top 5 anyway. They took it off the board.
That's mainly because of the Connor Bedard effect. When the Regina Pats went on the road, Alberta, when they went to Saskatchewan, and specifically when they went to British Columbia, his home province, it was sellout.
Oh, again, I'm falling behind here. Connor Bedard.
I'll tell you what, I hope you had a chance to enjoy him at junior hockey prices, David, because those days are over.
All right, again, exceptional players who've gone first overall. It's a pretty good list right there. Tavares, Ekblad, of course, the other Connor 8 years ago, and now Connor Bedard. Big shoes to fill, but this young man seems so poised and ready to do it. We'll have much more with Connor Bedard. We'll have him on our set a little bit later, but officially he is the first overall pick. Let's move to the second overall pick, and that's the Anaheim Ducks.
Okay, Anaheim Ducks.
This is a top-heavy draft when it comes to forwards, especially centers. Give us sort of the lay of the land. Let's start with you, Sam.
Well, you're looking at 2 guys in particular here. Adam Fantilli is the Hobey Baker Award winner.
Adam Fantilli.
University of Michigan, and you're looking at Leo Carlson, who is unbelievable.
Or Leo Carlson or Michkov, any of these guys. Fantilli, the Hockey News compares to Nathan McKinnon. Carlson, they compare to Ryan O'Reilly. And Michkov to Cole Caulfield. Yeah.
170 pounds or just over. Now we're thinking about size in one of 2 centers here.
All right. Meanwhile, Kyle Davidson all smiles after that pick.
So it looks like it'll be either Fantilli or Carlson.
Congratulations. Tell us one thing you learned about Connor Bedard that you didn't realize through this process.
Extremely humble. I think you saw how he handled the lead up to the draft, and everyone was telling him he was going to be number 1. I'm sure he knew he was going to be number 1, but the way he handled it with such class was unbelievable.
Only a 4? You only give yourself a 4 out of 10 on hockey knowledge?
Yeah, well, 4 would know when they don't know who I am. Yeah.
Congratulations, Kyle. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
David?
Yeah, that was quite a scene, interviewing Kyle Davidson and not knowing it. They're going to know who he is in Chicago, and they're certainly going to know who Connor Bedard is. Meanwhile, we're waiting on the GM, Pat Verbeek, as the Anaheim contingent is making its way to the podium. Again, give a bigger context here, Jason, about how deep and good this draft is, because a lot of comparisons people are saying 2003.
Yeah, well, if we look back to even last year, with all due respect, I think the picks can be made here, guys, so I'll just hold off for a second.
Okay.
All right, we'll get you down to the floor.
Anaheim's up.
With the Ducks contingent led by
Let's see what happens. Let's do this. Fantilli or Carlson. Benny, bets.
We would like to welcome all our fans watching at our draft party at Brewery X. With our first selection,
Pat
we are proud
Verbeek.
to select from Orebro, SHL, Leo Carlson.
Leo Carlson goes number 2. Interesting. Jumps ahead of Fantilli. Really interesting. Another center. He's 6'3",
Sam, you just mentioned a lot of
198
times,
pounds. Shoots left.
Leo Carlson. A lot of comparisons being made to Nick Backstrom or Kopitar or Matthews. Those are pretty good comparisons as he goes second overall to Anaheim. Your reaction?
What strikes me, you look at that suit, it's black, it's a thinning suit, but make no mistake, he's thin, and he's got all kinds of room to grow. He can play 20 pounds, maybe even 25 pounds heavier. Go back to his year in the SHL, 25 points in 44 games, add 9 more points in the playoffs. All right, that's really good stuff, right? He's playing in all situations. He can play the power play. But then he goes to the men's world. What's he going to be? Plays back on the wing. It's a national team that's really good. No, I don't think so. This guy's going to center the top line for Sweden and did so very successfully at the men's world. At every point, he's been challenged, whether it's a position change, moving from the wing to center, whether it's the age class in which he's playing in, he has answered the call. And with that great projection and room to grow, you have to love what you're getting out of Leo Carlson.
I love the character. The character, the drive. We interviewed him at the combine. Just another humble.
Oh.
You're going to hear that a lot.
Wearing all black with a black bow tie.
I'm just going to get
Okay.
right to the scout speak here. Big body, tough along the wall, extends plays, absorbs contact.
He's a heavy boy. 6'2", 6'3", too.
Always going to be in the play. This is a guy
Decent size.
When the half sparks down, you score goals when you can build your steam through the middle with guys like Leo Carlson.
Chuck, what are those debates like? Because a lot of us expected maybe Adam Fantilli here. I'm sure there were some members of this duck brass that said, let's go with Fantilli. How did those debates work out?
It'd be a tough debate. You probably have guys on both sides. I mean, people appreciate Fantilli's speed, his aggressiveness. This kid has great hockey sense and great vision. But either way, you're getting a big centerman that you can build your team around. And you look at the group of prospects that Anaheim's put together, it's incredibly impressive.
Chuck, what we talked about a little bit off camera was that projection piece. When you look at a guy like Fantilli compared to Carlson, when it comes to the projection piece, might that be the deciding factor when you get two really good players like that?
It could be. Again, Carlson's going to get bigger and stronger, and as he does, he'll get faster. But he is a very intelligent player. He's going to have a very high-end two-way game.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of his highlights from this season. You're going to see him jump to space here, guys. Talk about speed, and he's a little bit cerebral. You don't think he's moving as fast as he is. He's really long. So when he gets to the half wall, that's what I'm talking about, absorbing contact and staying the plate in the middle of the ice for a tuck. This one here, this is all Austin Matthews. Cycle up high. Kind of get lost in getting coverage there by Team USA. One-timer from the top. Again, coming off the half wall, gets to the outside. His vision is spatial awareness, rink-wide vision. It's real important.
And this is what he's going to look like in an Anaheim Duck uniform. Pretty amazing stuff. Leo Carlson, again, a talented center from Sweden, taking second overall. With more on him, here's Kyle Bukowskis.
Yeah, David, no one is safe from travel issues nowadays. Leo Carlson, his family included this week, they left Stockholm, Sweden at 6 a.m. local time, flew to Newark, New Jersey. Their connecting flight here was canceled. So 8 p.m. Eastern Monday night, Leo is...
So who's number 3? Is it Michkov or is it Fantilli? What will Columbus do here? Somebody make a trade. Let's do it. Come on. Stop with this conservative garbage. I know, it's only the second. We're only 2 spots in. Let's calm down.
He might not be sleeping tonight. Anaheim needs a Leo Carlson. Remember, they finished dead last in the NHL. And again, here they are, taking second overall to Carol.
Well, Leo, I just asked you off camera. How does it feel? I know it's hard to put into words.
Yeah, it feels unreal. I don't know what to say right now. If I have so many players now.
You had a lot of interviews. Did you have a feeling that Anaheim was interested?
Yeah, I mean, I had two interviews. One at Comedy, one yesterday. So they feel very good. Has a good plan for me. So yeah, I'm excited.
Okay, so now you're headed to the West Coast near the beach. I know you're a really big basketball fan and you want to go see an NBA game.
People are calling for
What game do you want to see?
Carlson will be probably spend another year in the SHL before coming into the NHL, which is, I'm sure, fine for Anaheim. They're a rebuilding team. Yeah, I don't think even 2 or 3 years would have made much of a difference, which is why I thought maybe Michkov possibly could have gone second. Here we go. Columbus is walking. Oh, Elliot Friedman first.
Well, we really
It's Pat Verbeek they're talking to.
about his creativity, his hockey sense. I think there's a potential for him to really be a dominant player at both ends of the ice. We liked him, especially seeing him at the World Championships play center, and so it kind of became a tipping point for him.
Do we pencil him in for next season? Do we pencil him in next season?
Well, you know what? We're going to kind of go through the process with him. We'll have to see.
Thanks very much, Pat.
Okay, yeah.
Dave? All right, well, we see Columbus is ready. They're pretty eager to get up there and make their pick with the number 3 pick. Jarmo Pikkalainen, lots of great options there. Of course, Adam Fantilli still around. Will Smith, another talented center from the U.S. team. Let's hear what Columbus will do with the 3rd overall pick here in Nashville.
Columbus is getting up there, just about to pick.
Thank you, Nashville. We appreciate the great time.
Davidson speaking.
Congratulations, Vegas.
The president, Columbus.
To a hockey lifer and a good friend, David Poyle. Again, congratulations. Good man. Our fans back in Columbus, they're called the 5th Line. They are at Pins in Easton. Have a party, gang. We appreciate y'all. To make our pick, I'd like to invite our general manager, Jarmo Pikkalainen.
Jarmo, okay.
Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from University of Michigan, Adam
Fantilli. Fantilli goes to Columbus. Fantilli to Columbus, number 3.
You may have noticed a louder than regular cheer. He has 115 friends and family, and they're all excited right now. He's looking very sharp and dapper. Adam Fantilli.
Okay. He's 6'2", 195 pounds. Centerman who shoots left.
Yeah, it sure is. And you know what?
They say his best case scenario is Nathan McKinnon.
As soon as Anaheim went to Leo Carlson, you knew this guy was going to be next. He's the 3rd freshman to win the Hobie Baker Award, but Fantilli will get the chance.
I'll shut up while they talk about him.
Del Belbaluz, who was selected a couple of years ago in the draft. Those two grew up playing minor hockey together. That should be a lot of fun. When you look at the prospects for Columbus moving forward, let's talk about Juracek and Sposil on defense. 2 guys that are on the rise. Juracek should be there as early as next year. How about the forward group? Kent Johnson. Oh, yeah, the roller hockey star. He's pretty good, isn't he? What about Marchenko, Chinikov, Sillinger, and now you add this guy, big body down the middle of the ice to help support some of that other forward group. You know, Jarmo wasn't lying when he said he was going to take the center, and I think he's really happy that Fantilli was just waiting there after Carlson was taken.
This is going to be interesting for me, guys. Columbus is in win now mode with some of the moves they've made here in recent weeks, right? And this kid, I believe, is pro ready. I think that he can come out of school right now, play at the NHL pace for sure, handle the physicality. One bonus you get out of him, play the middle, play the wing. He can play up and down your lineup, which really helps.
And Chuck, you heard what Jason just said about the win now mentality. You have to always factor that in with your GM. What is the timeline you're working with?
No, absolutely. But I know Jarmo in this case, he's been seeking a center like this for a few years, ever since Dubois left and I was traded to Winnipeg. So how quickly Fantilli can help their team, we'll see. But clearly he's a great prospect, and this is a great day for Columbus to get a big centerman like this.
Yeah, now listen, they missed the playoffs for the 3rd straight year, but 570 man games lost was the most in the NHL. They're going to be healthier. Gaudreau, Laine, and now Fantilli as well.
Yeah, huge piece to add to the mix there. But Fantilli is one of those guys who impressed me so much with his ability to adapt. And JP, you touched on it. You come from the University of Michigan. You're playing center ice. You're the leading scorer. Now you have to go play at the World Juniors with CHL guys. Some of them you know, but not overly familiar with. And then you're asked to play the wing. You're asked to play a little bit lower in the lineup. And it didn't bother this guy. He didn't pout. He didn't complain. He wasn't looking around. He wasn't making excuses. He went out and played the role he was asked to play, played it extremely well. And by the end of it, he started to see some power play minutes again, a really successful World Juniors for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it takes more than just will and skill. It takes character to win in the NHL at the hardest time of year. And here, you know what, you're looking at some of his highlights, coming in late off the rush here. He's a play driver, but he sees the ice.
I'm just seeing the humble brag from
not
Nick
just gonna be
Dunford.
on the puck, he's going to be off the puck active as well. Here on the penalty kill, or pressure them off ice, this is where he separates from a lot of people, right? That separation, it's a track meet. The league is a track meet nowadays, and he's going to fit right in, no problem, at NHL pace. Hey, listen, the detail will come in time, Chuck, as he matures as a player. But look at this. You never get bored of this. What an awesome moment for the family and the dad. I'd be doing the same thing for sure.
We ran into the family last night, and they were very emotional last night. And the mother actually said, Julia said, it takes a whole community to get someone to this spot. A lot of sacrifices there. Here's how he's going to look in the video game form of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Let's send it down to the floor and Carolyn Cameron.
Thanks very much. Well, Adam, we saw your parents tearing up there. You have over 100 friends and family on the back of your vest.
So interviewing Fantilli at the moment.
Listed. Who are you thinking of?
Yeah.
Thinking about everybody that took time to.
He's from Toronto, Ontario as well.
I appreciate it so much.
And Leo Carlson, of course, is from Karlstad, Sweden.
And to be here with my brother and
Karlstad, Sweden.
They've been with me through everything, so I'm so excited to be here with them.
Would a little kid growing up in Nobleton, Ontario, ever think that this would happen?
I don't know. I don't think so. It's pretty surreal.
You've accomplished almost everything you can in college hockey. Do you think you'll return to Michigan, or are you NHL ready?
I'm not sure yet. We got to talk with the team, and then we got to talk with the people that I'm in, see what the best fit would be. But Columbus is a great spot. I went there this year to check it out against Ohio State and everything like that. It's a great spot, so I'm super excited.
Well, congratulations and have fun tonight.
Thank you so much.
Kyle?
Yeah, Carol and David mentioned.
Okay, who's next? Sharks are next. I have a feeling something's going to happen with Montreal. We'll see.
He comes from a big Italian family. He also extended the invite to all of his coaches over the years for the Toronto Junior Canadiens, the Chicago Steel, USHL, University of Michigan as well. He invited all of his Wolverine teammates here tonight. He's not sure if he's going to be on the hook for all of the tickets, but surely he won't mind footing the bill here now as the third overall pick to Columbus, DA.
Yeah, how do you go from Go Blue to the Ohio State University? It's going to be a hard transition. Let's see what happens there for him. But that's 3 picks, 3 centers. And, Carolyn's right. He did accomplish everything. Gold World Championship, Cup MVP, and now a member of the Columbus Blue Jackets. I can tell you, the San Jose Sharks and Mike Greer are now on the
That was an exploding cherry.
This stage as well. 3 centers. Are we going to go 4 in a row, or is that the anticipation, gentlemen?
I'd have to think so. I mean, Will Smith is the guy who would be the next best player available, but also fits that center need. And you have to think that this run of centers really off to a good start here for the next.
So no one's calling Michkov yet.
An important position. You're looking
And I think we all know why.
to those 2 positions, and that's why we've seen 3 of them off the board so far.
All right, well, let's get to the podium, and we see Mike Greer.
I could really use a
leading
beer.
the San Jose contingent. Again, San Jose, they've missed the playoffs the last 4 years, in desperate need of some goal scoring, and maybe they'll help themselves here. Was Mike Greer was hired before last draft. Let's hear what he has to say.
There you go.
Thank you, Nashville. You guys have been a great host. We've really enjoyed our time here. Congratulations to David Poyle, great career managing. Someone who's been great to me and helped mentor me and through along my first year. Also like to congratulate Vegas Golden Knights on the Cup win, George McPhee and Kelly McCrimmon. And like to say hello and thank you to our fans watching around the world and at the SAP Center tonight. To make our pick is Sharks legend, NHL all-time games played leader, Patrick Marleau.
Patrick Marleau. That's classy. That's cool. Here we go. I get a feeling it's going to be Smith.
Overall, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select Will Smith.
Yeah. There we go. Will Smith. Not the Oscar slapping one, the hockey player. He goes number 4.
As the first American selected. In fact, it's the 5th straight year someone from the U.S. National Team Development Program has been selected in the top 5. They're doing a great job of getting people into the NHL.
Okay.
The latest addition is Will Smith.
That's Will Smith.
17th way back in October, a meteoric rise.
Will Smith,
How did it happen? He played
6
on the
foot,
best line in
181
amateur
pounds.
hockey, along with
Another
teammates
center who
Ryan
shoots
Leonard
right.
and Pete Perot. He was the driving
He's been
force
compared
behind
to
the
Trevor
Yankees
Zegras of the Anaheim
plays with
Ducks
such
by the
speed
Hockey News.
and
Anyway,
such passion. He's a dual threat guy. He can shoot it from distance. He can work from in tight, but also has great distribution ability and has the kind of confidence in his game. He's not afraid to try and mostly execute risky plays. This guy wears number 2, though. dude, what are you doing wearing number 2? You know what? I grew up Boston, Brian Leach. I got to watch him play a little bit. He was one of my favorite players. I'm going to go with number 2 plus. Hey, it's a little bit different for a forward. So give him credit for jumping outside of the box.
Okay.
Right there. But Will Smith,
there we are.
Fantastic year all the way around. His 15 goals, 127
Will
points.
Smith.
Through mixed competition against the USHL, against college, internationally, against the toughest.
Come on, somebody trade someone, please.
All through the time, putting up 127 points. Impressive stuff from Will Smith.
Well said, Sammy. I don't know if I can really double down on it, but the reality is all offense from this kid, okay? He's a motion player. What I mean by that is he doesn't stop on the play often enough for the pro game. He gets away with it here at the U.S. National Team Development Program and amongst his peer group. But as he matures, he's not going to be able to blow the defensive zone looking for loose pucks in the neutral zone to go on offense all the time. He's going to have to stop and start more. His spatial awareness defending in his zone is going to have to be more engaged, just more engaged. All I need him to do is be average defensively because the skill set is elite.
Let me ask you this, though. When you play with 2 guys who are as elite as Leonard and Thoreau, the opportunity to cheat the game a little bit because you have that great chemistry, would that present maybe some of the cheat in his game because he's got such great chemistry with the line mates?
Yeah, potentially, but you're still going to have to break that habit as he matures.
There he is, Will Smith, again, taken 4th overall. You guys just mentioned these eye-popping numbers, right? Like, unbelievable, not just the 50 goal score, but you put up 127 points. Everywhere I read, everything I saw, it just said elite playmaker. Is that the fair assessment?
Hey, it's absolutely 100% accurate. And I don't want to double down on getting ahead of the play, but you're seeing these flips and see how far ahead of the play he is when he gets the puck. But hey, listen, when he gets it, look what happens. It's in the back of the net. I mean, it's a no-doubter, okay? He is, just an elite player. Taking some pictures here of the kids that he's been growing up with.
Well, here's an interesting one because it was Mike Greer who made the pick, and maybe it was Jaden Greer who actually had the inside word because that's Mike Greer's son with him there. Chuck, did you get a lot of influence with family leaning in when you're making picks on the floor?
I wish we could have a guy like this. This is what every team wants right here. What a gifted player. And the defensive part of the game will come. We're pretty good in the NHL.
This is a cool tweet about Fantilli going to Columbus. By Jersey Nerds, he said, "You'd cry too if your son is facing a 2+ years of Mike Babcock." That's the clip is of his father tearing up in the stands.
Elite company, most career points on the U.S. national team. Only Jack Hughes with a greater couple of years than Will Smith. All right, let's spin forward.
Interesting.
Pick number 5's on deck. Less than 2 minutes.
5 is on deck. All right, got Montreal.
Have already been taken. What do you guys anticipate?
Montreal hasn't moved.
By the way, Kent Hughes had coached Will Smith earlier. He was probably hoping he would slip till 5. That didn't happen. So now what?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought if Will Smith wasn't available, that a trade-back scenario might present itself. But it doesn't look like the phones are ringing. No one's visiting the table. Hughes is sitting there. Gortz has got the game face on, and they're saying, all right, we know what we're going to do here. We're just going to take our time.
Mitchkov?
That selection.
Mitchkov.
But I have to think that there's we're going to start to see the draft, I think, start now. Is Matvei Mitchkov one of those guys that Montreal? Do they go down that road at all? Do they look at a defenseman? It's going to be interesting to see here, but they're pretty confident they know what they're doing. They're just waiting it out.
This pick right here is going to disturb the next run of picks. Trust me when I tell you. This right here is the wild card. So are we going to be looking at a Mitchkov, a defenseman? Not sure. Time will tell here. But this pick here is going to disturb what happens next.
All right, we wait to see that.
Okay, here we go.
But first, back to the floor and Carolyn.
Will, you told us earlier this month that you thought it'd be like a weight lifted off your shoulders when you heard your name. How did it feel?
It felt unbelievable. I mean, it's.
They're interviewing Will Smith. I'm not gonna listen to that. Ask him what his favorite color is and stuff. So, yeah. Zaywise. Okay, I just realized who you were. Ha!
Let's hear what
Looks like Montreal's picking.
With Kent Hughes.
I'd like to start by congratulating the Vegas Golden Knights. Also like to wish David Poyle all the best in retirement. J'aimerais saluer nos partisans à Montréal et autour du monde. On apprécie votre passion. To make our selection, I will invite up our former 5th overall in 2005, Carey Price.
Oh, Price is going to make the pick. There we go.
Bonsoir. The Canadiens de Montreal are proud to select David.
We planned it that way. David Reinbacher.
That was weird. That was really weird. Carey Price just had like, did he just have like an anxiety attack on stage or something? David Reinbacher. He totally blanked on the guy's last name. He's not in. He's ranked 9th by the Hockey News. So he goes 5.
David, congratulations. This is the moment you've been waiting.
No one's talking about that weird opening by Carey Price.
Along with Thomas Vanek, the highest
We planned that. That's.
What does that mean to you? Did you have any idea that Montreal was interested and was going to take you?
So Reinbacher is a right shot defenseman for 6'2", 185 pounds. He's ranked number 5 among international skaters, and the Hockey News compares him to best case scenario is Matthias Ekholm.
Oh yeah, it's such a cool experience for this guy. I mean, why should he be overall? He was playing in a pro league all year, hanging around with the pros. Look at Montreal, though. Think about the defensemen. On a lot of nights last year, they dressed 5 rookie defensemen. Jack Guy, Harris, Struvel's on the way. Caden Booley when he's back and healthy. So at this position, you're thinking, all right, we're taking the best player available because you feel pretty strongly about what they have coming through the pipeline. But when you have a player who's played the pro league all year, who's been successful in every situation that he's been placed in, you have to go with best player available. That's exactly what Kent Hughes, the Montreal Canadiens, did here in selecting Reinbacher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. I got to be honest with you, because I really do feel like they've got a lot of skill up front in Montreal, but what they don't really have is a bulldog. I don't want to take anything away from Reinbacher, but that's what I mean by things being disturbed now. This kid here, highly touted right shot D, big body. Yeah.
Okay, well, you say you're surprised. Who would you have taken at 5?
I would have taken Ryan Leonard here. I would have taken Ryan Leonard in this slot, but I don't want to take away the moment from the kid here, because this kid was an exceptional interview, and he's a high-end talent. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, Chuck, what goes into this? Because you take a team members at a position pick.
Well, I just know historically, you get the center iceman, you get the right shot D. Those are premium picks. They're hard to get. I mean, Reinbacher's sprinted up the charts as the year went on. He can defend. He can do everything. I'll let Jason talk to that. But
So I'll talk about Reinbacher here. He's from Austria, 6'2", 185 pounds. He shoots right. There are some scouts who believe Reinbacher's value will be inflated by the fact 2023 doesn't look like a strong draft for defensemen. In fact, there's a chance Reinbacher will be the first Blue Liner to hear his name called, which he was. The defenseman fared well in Switzerland this season and has that kind of size and skill that translates well to the NHL. Interesting. There's Jeff Merrick.
The prospects here, specifically Lane Hudson on the blue line. Montreal has plenty of left shot defensemen. So they went into this draft thinking a couple of different things. One, to Chuck Fletcher's point a moment ago, you look for centers. This is still an organization that needs goaltenders in the pipeline, but specifically they targeted right shot D. The other team, when I ran into Jeff Tomlinson, his coaching club today at a coffee shop, I said, which 2 teams pursued him most aggressively? He said the Montreal Canadiens all season long. The other one, the Arizona Coyotes. Ken Hughes gets his right shot D.
Yeah, there it is. And listen, he, as Chuck mentioned, he wasn't a huge prospect before. In fact, he was considered a first rounder back in October, but a meteoric rise up the rankings all the way to #1 as far as #1 pick from for an Austrian, time Thomas Vanek, 20 years ago, right here in Nashville. Vanek went 5th overall as well. So we're waiting to hear from David Reinbacher. I feel bad for Carey Price there because it's an announcer. We mess up. But, we kind of get confused on the names a lot of see Carey there. But it was great to have Carey Price here to announce the pick as well. All right, so we're 5 picks in, 4 centers, and a D. And we'll hear from David Reinbacher as soon as we can. Your thoughts overall on what you've seen so far, Sam?
All the most coveted positions, as Chuck talked about. You get your right shot D, you get your centers. Really nothing unexpected. A little bit of tweaking with the order so far.
Interesting.
Hey, this
okay.
Situation.
The Hockey News had Reinbacher ranked 9th. Of course, he goes 5th now to Montreal. So still no Michkov. And we got the Coyotes up next, then Philly. And we know who Washington is picking if he's still there in Michkov, right? So I think Michkov is hoping he falls that like that as well.
David, congratulations on being drafted in the first round. It's always special and great to see a fellow Austrian being selected that high. Good job. All the best.
What do you think of that?
Wow, incredible! I can't believe it.
Oh, they're just interviewing the player at the moment, so nothing overly excited. If you just missed it, the Montreal just picked a right shot defenseman who was ranked 9th overall by the Hockey News. He goes 5th overall right now. Montreal's got a lot of left shot guys. Left shot D. This guy is 6'2", 185 pounds. Shoots right. Ranked number 5 amongst international ice skaters. And on deck, we've got Arizona. Still no trades or anything. I'm going to start crying soon. I swear to God. I don't have any beer, and there's no trades so far. Okay, so Arizona's up. Are they all wearing the same suit again? Oh, my God. This is, oh, wow. This is hilarious. Okay. The Arizona Coyotes are all wearing the same suit.
On behalf of the Arizona Coyotes, we'd like to congratulate the Vegas Knights on winning the Stanley Cup. We'd also like to thank the Nashville Predators and their amazing fans for hosting us this week. And to all of our fans in Arizona at Wasted Grain in Scottsdale, go Yotes.
That won't be there for much longer.
I'd like to invite Ryan Janikowski.
Here we go. It looks weird.
Coyotes are proud to select from Lokomotiv Yaroslavl Dmitry Simachev.
Dmitry Simachev.
Dmitry Simachev, gentlemen, a little bit off the board with a lot of different names being thrown out there. This wasn't the name many of us anticipated. What do you make of this pick? Start with you, Sam.
The first 2005 board player to play in the KHL, and for good reason. He didn't play a ton of minutes.
Wow, he's ranked 26th overall by the Hockey News. He's a 6'4", 198 pound left shot defenseman.
Lean, lanky, rangy defenders.
The Hockey News compares him to Dmitry Orlov.
I think about their forward moving forward, and yes.
Interesting. Okay, that's way off the board. That's the first pick. That's way off the board here.
Surely would have been in the conversation there. They keep the pick. A little bit of a jump for me on Simachev, but again, this is a team that can afford the time to wait for a player to come over. Those 18 KHL games, really impressive for Simachev.
Just the 7th Russian D-man selected in the first round over the last 10 years, and a bit of a surprise. Some raised eyebrows certainly on this set. Jason, your eyebrows were raised pretty high. What's going on?
He's not the best player available, guys. No disrespect for the player. This is a leap for me. I'm talking about a guy that you could have got between picks 25 and 30. You could have managed it differently, traded back to get this pick. And just
Arizona, what are you doing, man?
That's the bottom line.
Chuck, what do you think happened here?
I fire the director of scouting.
Saying this is maybe something they could have done much later.
Well, they obviously felt that Simachev wouldn't fall that far. I mean, we don't know, but I don't think any of us
trade him. Trade down. Why didn't you trade down? You're picking 6th overall. What's the matter with you? Preds were looking for a higher pick for crying out loud.
You don't know what's information and what's misinformation. So there's a lot of people willing to talk, but you always want to try to find out what.
That's nuts.
But again, it's a big step up here for Arizona, and it's again, I think we all thought Michkov might be the first Russian player drafted, and he's still there. So this is fun starts now.
So it is possible that guys are throwing up smoke screens to try and geek you out for what might be happening.
Never go to the bar the night before the draft.
I love it.
So I just want to pipe in real quickly here, guys. If you look at the draft board, Connor Bedard, CHL player, 2-year window. He's going right to the NHL, right? Everybody else that you're seeing there, their rights are going to be maintained for 3, possibly 4 years before they can come to the NHL. So it's a little bit of a different run in terms of managing how your prospects are arriving in the league.
That's crazy.
Unpredictability.
I don't know. Maybe Arizona will prove me wrong, but that's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. Picked by the Arizona Coyotes.
Washington, Detroit, Vancouver's coming up as well. So keep it locked here. It's the draft in Nashville.
On commercial break here. Just laying back. Wow, that's yeah. So this is the beginning of the weirdness right now, right? With Carey Price forgetting the guy's last name. That's pretty bizarre. And then Arizona going way off the board, going from pick. They had a 6th overall pick, and they go to at least the Hockey News 26th rank overall. Like, why wouldn't you trade Nashville that pick? I don't get it. Don't get it. That's like a big misstep by the Coyotes there. It's not even a misstep. That's just like people lose their jobs over stuff like this. I don't know. Again, maybe this player proves us wrong, but he's also he sounds Russian. He may not show up for 2-3 years. Here we go. We're back on.
Things that Jason said a few minutes ago are now getting interesting. The draft has officially begun because we've had back-to-back defensemen taken by Montreal and Arizona. And as Todd Fletcher...
Did we just miss...
Well, it wasn't the first Russian we were expecting to come off the board.
Philly's pick? We just missed Philly's pick. They went to commercial for Philly's pick.
There's still a lot of really good offensive players, but I just want to touch on Arizona for 1 second here.
Oh, no, okay.
When Steve Eisenman took Mo Sider.
Oh, no, okay, sorry. I thought that we just... Briere's walking to the podium now.
Follows that pattern by going with Simishev, I think, much before anyone would have anticipated.
And for Daniel Briere, this will be his first selection. Of course, just named GM very recently. And again, the Flyers looking to add something significant here with the 7th pick in what's considered a very deep draft. Jason or Chuck, anything quickly before we get to the podium?
I think the pick is probably in here, so I'll have something to say after this, I'm sure.
Hey, we got nothing but we got 5 hours in this show. Yeah, we got plenty of time. But Daniel Briere is on the podium, or about to take the podium, as the Philadelphia Flyers again are on the pick here, 26th in the NHL. Let's see what they do.
The Philadelphia Flyers would like to thank the city
Here we go, Philly,
for their outstanding hospitality. We've had a very good time. It's going to get more fun. I would like to thank David Poyle. He was my general manager with the Washington Capitals. Drafted me in 1988 in the 7th round. He got a lot better after that pick. Danny?
With the seventh selection of the draft, the Flyers are proud to select from St. Petersburg in the KHL, Matvei Michkov.
Michkov. The Flyers take Michkov. Oh, the Capitals must be seething right now.
So that's one of the
Seething.
big storylines
He
as
was
we
right
enter this
there.
draft.
He was right there.
Hey, Michkov slide again. He was right there with Connor Bedard as far as the rankings were concerned a year ago. We all understand the geopolitical situation. We all understand the KHL contract situation. He might not be able to come to North America for a number of years, but ultimately the
So-
Flyers will bear those risks and we'll take him at
Michkov is ranked,
At 22. You're
yeah,
looking
fourth
right
by the
behind
Hockey
you in
News.
the rearview mirror. You're seeing
I'm gonna
the
shut up for a
Washington
second here.
Capitals, who many people thought would be a destination for Michkov. They jump the queue a little bit here, and they go and get Michkov. You have to be extremely confident in your ability to get this player over here. And is it going to be worth the risk? I think about him getting boots on the ground here. You talked about it in the pregame show, JB. It was really important. You want to see the guy. You want to shake his hand, look him in the eye. You want to know some of those things about the character of this player. You have to also be extremely confident in your scouting staff. That was mostly done on video, that you're happy with what you see. I will say this, with what I saw in 2021 at the under-18s, where he scored 12 goals and won the MVP, that was a pretty good sales pitch for me, but we're a couple of years removed from that. There no doubt is some risk with this pick.
Well, for me, guys, he's the best player available on the list. That's just the bottom line. Let's just start from there. I don't have any issues with the timeline of Russian prospects coming to play in North America. I don't. If it's going to take 3 years and he's going to, at the end of that contract come over, I'm fine with that, Chuck. But when I present it to you as my general manager, we have to look him in the eyes today because I'm telling you he's the best player. But we, meaning you, mostly, have to be very comfortable looking at him and saying, yeah, I believe he can be a Flyer down the road.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this guy's the second best player in the draft in terms of talent. And look, I have a little bit of information from that franchise, but there's no question the Flyers have been looking for top-end talent for a long time. And this is the guy. It takes 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Whether you get him at 22 or 23, he's a very good hockey player. And again, second best player arguably in the draft. We get him at 7.
I don't think Philly's going to be good for at least a few years here. Until he arrives, maybe even.
Was Michkov's name something, before you left that position, something you guys talked about a lot?
I can't say where he was at the end of the year, after the end of the year meetings, but in January he was second on the list.
And they are getting a skilled and talented player, Jason. No debating that.
We're going to see some fantastic highlights. This is becoming commonplace in the Michigan goal. So there he is, the lead hands. Some of the other things you're going to notice with the guy here, though, he's compact. He stays with it. Staying with the play is very important, especially if you're a little bit undersized. He's built like a fire hydrant, though, guys, so he's sturdy as well. He wants to score. He wants to produce offense. It's going to be from the middle of the ice. It's going to be from the hash. It's going to be in high-danger areas. That's what's key to me. Skilled guys who go to the hard areas to produce offense. It's hard to score on NHL goalies from the flank. You got to get to the hard areas. The kid does it. He's got an elite release. Second best offensive talent in the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, his numbers are unbelievable, eye-popping. They're quite similar to Connor Bedard's. Let's send it to the floor with Kyle.
Yeah, Dave, thank you very much. Alongside Max Mulliver, the agent of Matvei Michkov. So, did you have a sense Philadelphia could be one to step up and make the pick?
Look, we had a good meeting with Philadelphia. We had a hunch, but you never know until your name is called. So, we were hoping, but we got what we wanted.
I think with Matvei, there's so much mystery kind of around him right now. Like, tell us about the kid. What's he like?
He's very motivated. He loves hockey with all his soul. But with his family and friends, he's a really funny guy. He's all about spending time with his friends, his family, and just playing hockey.
Max, we appreciate the time. Congratulations on the night.
Thank you very much.
To Jeff Merrick.
Kyle, thanks. Quick note on Daniel Briere as well. And I know that there's a lot of scouts out there that don't like one thing very specifically, and that is when the general manager weighs in on prospects too much. The manager will see the player a couple of different times. The scout will see the player for 3, 4, 5 years, but the GM will make up his mind after a couple of viewings. But when it comes to Daniel Briere, the past year and a half, that's been one of his responsibilities. He's been all over North America and Europe scouting, watching all of these players. Was on a scouting trip when he was named the interim general manager. So this is a situation where the general manager comes in after having scouted intensely and exhaustingly all over North America and Europe, David.
I'm fascinated by the process sometimes. So, Chuck, in this situation, how much would you have to consult ownership to take this kind of risk in the play?
I think typically with your first round picks, especially top 10 picks, you're always working with ownership. They're going to have questions. Who are you taking? Why are you taking them? In this case, because it's 2 or 3 years or 4 years, whatever it may be, you're certainly going to bring them involved. But in this case, again, this is a franchise that's made it known they're going to take a step back. They're going to rebuild a bit here, so that certainly fits the timeline. But ultimately, the manager has to make that call.
And there might be a bit of a heavy heart for Matvei Michkov. Remember, his father, Andre, was murdered in April in Russia. So
that's right.
Only imagine what's going through his head right now. Very human side to this as well.
That's rough. Having your dad, murdered months before you get picked to go to the NHL. That's some weird stuff going on here in that country right now, as we all know.
And again, they missed the playoffs for the first time in 9 years. And a lot of speculation was that Michkov would end up in Washington because of their history.
Hey, Michkov.
Players, including, of course, Alexander Ovechkin. That's not the case. So what does that mean for Washington now, gentlemen?
Well, it means they're still going to get a heck of a player here. There's absolutely no doubt. I'm anticipating.
Michkov is a 5'10", 172 pounds right winger who shoots left, by the way. Number 2, ranked among international skaters.
Because they're going to get a really, really good player.
It's kind of interesting how the board shakes down. When you see a surprise like Simishev, it shakes the board up a little bit. And I think that's where we are with Washington. They probably sit there saying,
"He's a right winger who shoots left."
Be available. Well, here we are with the 8th pick. We see the commissioners ready to go as well as Brian McLennan and the Washington Capitals.
Capitals are up.
The Washington Capitals would like to acknowledge David Poyle's longtime contribution to our organization and congratulate him on an outstanding career. With the 8th pick, Washington selects Ryan Leonard from the U.S.
Ryan Leonard, nice. Like another Tom Wilson type guy. We'll just replace him. That's a really good pick for Washington. They couldn't go wrong, really.
Actually, he becomes Washington's first top 10 pick since Carl Alsner back in 2007.
They compare him to Alex Tuck.
Haven't been in this position for a long time.
On the Hockey News.
Maybe someone with some grit. Ryan Leonard fits the bill, doesn't he?
I got a Stokes crush on this guy. I'm not going to deny it. Listen, you win with this type of player when the games get hard, fellas. He played on an elite line there. That whole line's going to BC, as we know. I think he's a 1 year and out guy for the NHL. He is put together, Sandy, at the combine. I mean, he's 190 pounds. He is an absolute bulldog. Listen, he drives that line more than people recognize. Will Smith, Perreault, you see the point production, but without this guy tracking back 200 feet, muscling people in the hard areas, those guys don't get the space that they deserve either.
Is this a steal, gentlemen?
I think it's a great spot to be. I think Simishev just changed the board a little bit for Leonard to be available there. But this is a guy that he plays that playoff style of the game. And when you look at him, he's extremely confident. He knows exactly what he's doing. Gets underrated.
5'11", a little small, and then he grows into that a little bit more.
94 points.
You can get to 6'1".
His brother John, you saw him give him a hug there. He was going to be here for this special moment. That's an NHL player sitting there. John is 7 years older than Brian, and Ryan holds him in such high esteem. The connection they have,
right
the
winger
ability
shoots right.
to be competed against as a youngster, the ability to be able to skate with guys 7 years older to continue his development as a young player, all the time being welcomed by his brother John. So I love that story, and I love how he and his brother have that great connection.
Of course, his brother John drafted by San Jose in 2018 in the 6th round. Again, the family from Amherst, Massachusetts, and another U.S. developmental player. Chuck, can you put into words? It used to be CHL or bust many years ago. That's not the case now. It's a much more international global game. And what about what the U.S. Development program has put in together right now?
The program's been incredible. You've seen the rise over 15, 20 years. And now, I mean, we're drafting 5, 6, 7 kids from the program in the first round every year. They do a great job of developing players. They have a very competitive schedule. Off-ice development's great.
Still no.
These kids all come in and play quickly. But Leonard,
still no trades.
Power forward. He's special attributes, competitive, and as a general manager, as a coach, these are the type of players who love that in the organization.
You're going to take a look at him transporting the puck between the blue lines, a little zig, a little zag, a little finish. I mean, no big deal, right? This is what he does, guys. I mean, he picks it up. He can rip pucks from the play or make the. Listen, Sandy could have scored that one, but we're supposed to get to.
I'm not sure.
Well,
playmaker, but also as Chuck described, a power forward, which is that unicorn you just don't see around the NHL.
You don't see him like Chuck, you had Travis Konechny in Philly. This guy's like another level of Konechny offensively, but with that edge. You know? So he's like a Tom Wilson, Travis Konechny clone, somewhere in between all of that. Play mean, play with skill, win game.
All right, let's send you down to the floor with Elliot Friedman.
People talked about Ryan Leonard's combine. If there were any doubts, they were over. What did you see from him?
Yeah, I mean, he had a great combine. He had a great under-18 tournament. Our guys really liked him. Actually didn't think he'd be there when we picked, so we feel fortunate to be able to pick him.
You knew going into this draft, everybody was talking about Washington and Mishkov. Yeah. Did you see it playing out this way?
No, we didn't. You know, we had a plan B. I thought, he might be there when we were picking, but, in our plan, I think Leonard was already picked, so we feel fortunate that he fell to us.
Did you try to move up at all?
No, last week we did. We had a couple conversations about moving up, but we're content to stay where we are.
Thanks very much, Brian. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Carolyn?
Well, Ryan, you grew up a Boston Bruins fan. You said Bobby Orr would be your dream teammate. How about Alex Ovechkin?
Yeah, it's awesome. Growing up, watching that one-timer on the power play, it's really special.
You've told us that you play with a little attitude and grit. What's Washington getting?
Yeah, I think a competitive power forward who likes to get out of team standing kind of win.
Okay, you gave your brother John a big hug. What's he meant to you to get here?
Yeah, he's my biggest mentor in life. He's kind of my best friend in a way, and he's awesome. And yeah, I love him to death.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll celebrate with him tonight. Enjoy this moment. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great stuff from Carolyn there. And listen, Ryan Leonard, the guy loves the big moment, the under-18s. You have the gold medal OT winning goal. And look at the numbers he put up. And this is against the world's best under-18s. He really shined there. I'm sure, his
13 goals, points per game, 1.77.
So that's an experience that doesn't happen a lot for players. But I go back to January 16, University of Michigan. It's hard slugging against a really good team. He's sick as a dog, and he ends up growing up, if you will. Still puts up a goal and 3 assists in that game. Now, they lost 7-6, but if you want to know about compete and determination, that game is the epitome of what Ryan Leonard brings to the table.
All right, the Flyers are happy with that. You heard on the phone, or not the Flyers, or the Capitals. Meanwhile, Detroit, the first of 2 first-round picks for Steve Yzerman in the game. They have the 9th and the 17th pick. They also have 3 second-round picks, so you're going to see a lot of Steve Yzerman in the next 48 hours here in Nashville. They've missed the playoffs the last 7 years, but a lot of nice pieces are in place, and we're hoping on a big one here at number 9. Let's hear what's
okay, Detroit.
Are doing with the Detroit.
What do we got? All right.
First, I'd like to congratulate David Poyle, a fantastic general manager, fantastic person, and a great friend on a tremendous career. Also, I'd like to congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights on the Stanley Cup championship. With the 9th pick in the draft, the Red Wings select from the Brandon Wheat Kings center Nate Danielson.
Nate Danielson. That's off the board. That's why they're all quiet.
Nate Danielson,
ranked 22nd by the Hockey News.
In fact, the captain of the Wheat Kings. Grew up an Oilers fan. I have a feeling he's a Detroit Red Wing fan, though, now. Look, a big man, a ton of skill. What do you make of this?
9.
I'm a big fan of this.
6 foot, 185 pounds, shoots right. He's a center.
Looking for a retaliation penalty. It's not likely to happen.
They compare him to Nazem Kadri on the Hockey News.
Grew up in Red Deer, watching Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, watching Brandon Sutter take face-offs. When I think about Danielson, I think about a guy that is going to play in the National Hockey League. Yeah, that sounds weird, but sometimes you get to the situation and it doesn't work. Why do I think that? Yeah, he could put up points. There's no problem there. But this guy has a solid B game. He can match up. He can take face-off. He can play on the penalty kill. So if there's not a spot for him in the top 6, or it takes a little longer for him to get there and it doesn't quite work out in that regard, he's got that solid B game to rely on where he can play in your bottom 6. He can work on the PK, and he can still match up defensively. That's why I really like this player here. He's a guarantee to play.
Part of scouting is going to see players
Nate Danielson.
times. See them on the road, see them at home, because you get different matchups, especially when you're high-end guys, okay? What you see from Danielson in both those scenarios is he plays a little bit too much in all situations. So some nights you're not going to get the best in this area of his game or the best in that area of his game. As he matures,
ranked number 7,
more of a regular role,
North America skaters.
Who's going to match up on the road against the second line, etc. He can put in the second unit power play at worst. He'll kill penalties. He'll get up ice. He'll bump and grind. I don't know that he's going to be a high-end point producer in the league, but he's a middle-of-the-lineup guy, a glue guy, if you will.
His brother Noah, of course, plays for Medicine Hat, so it's in the family, and here he is now, a member of the Detroit Red Wings. We'll hear from him in just a matter of moments. Any surprises? There were 9 picks in. It's been so forward-heavy as we anticipated, and there's still a lot of what you guys would call high-end picks on the board.
Yeah, the surprise for me is Simashev. There's no doubt about it. He shook up the board right away. We knew Michkov and felt pretty comfortable that he would enter the conversation at 4 and not get past 8. He fits in comfortably at 7. But Simashev is the guy, no doubt, who has created chaos here. And you heard it. Brian McCollum said it, and I don't think he was lying.
Okay, and we got St. Louis on the board at number 10.
Leonard was available. They're extremely happy with that.
You kind of figured, Yzerman would go a little off the board here, like he usually does.
32 goals, 79 points, impressive season. Let's get back down on the floor.
Over a point per game this season in the WHL. Now they're interviewing the player. Who cares? All right, so let's read a little bit about him real fast. Danielson missed last year's draft by 12 days. So he's one of the oldest players in this draft, being a very good player on a weak Brandon team this season. Gave him an opportunity to do frontline stuff. But it might have resulted in some lost points. Danielson is a good setup man at the junior level, but there are concerns about his skating and his approach to the game, both of which have room for improvement. You'd probably like to see him work harder. And if he works harder, you could be a guy who could be on your top 3 lines. This is all by the Hockey News. This season in 68 games, he's got 33 goals, 78 points, 38 penalty minutes. There you have it. All right, so we're going into commercial now here. All right. So Detroit picked a middle 6 centerman, but a lot of good guys still on the board here. I have to admit, I didn't do too deep of a dive in the draft this year because we're moving and everything as much as I usually like to. So I'm playing a little catch up. So far, what do I think? We're like 9 picks in, and the most exciting thing that's happened is that Carey Price forgot the last name of the guy who was announcing and the pick for Montreal, I think. That was the most exciting thing. And then Arizona going way off the board when they picking number 6 and picking a guy ranked 26 on the Hockey News. So that's sort of the most exciting thing. Some trades and signings happened before the day began, but it's just like everything's gone. Everything's gone dead, quiet. Where are the trades?
First round of the NHL entry draft in Nashville, Tennessee. On the board, we can tell you St. Louis, the first of 3 picks. They have 10, 25, courtesy of the Ryan O'Reilly trade, and 29, courtesy of the Tarasenko trade. So they picked up some nice pieces when they cleaned their house out a little bit before the trade deadline. So Doug Armstrong,
Let's see if Twitter. What does Twitter have to say about this?
Any expectations here, Sam, as we get
Any rumors?
Well, I think this is the perfect position.
Ottawa. Is Ottawa heading to the board?
To get a good player. And you also know that there's a lot.
This is supposed to be St. Louis's pick. No, St. Louis is up there, I think. Yeah. Yeah, St. Louis is up there. They're picking. Let's see how this goes.
Wheel and deal with the 25th and 29th picks. I'd love to be Doug Armstrong here. You know he's not happy to be in this position, but he's here.
Let's go.
Doug Armstrong and the Blues won the Stanley Cup back in
Something.
2019 had a rough year this year. Let's hear what
Something interesting.
St. Louis Blues are pleased to select Dalibor Dvorsky, AIK, Sweden.
Okay. He's ranked number 6 overall by the Hockey News. Okay. He's 6'1", 201 pounds. He's a left shot center. They compare him to Elias Lindholm in the Hockey News.
Players here. And again, if you don't remember, he did lead the
From Slovakia.
The Wayne Gretzky tournament with 8 goals. So he scores goals, and he scores goals when it's at the most meaningful and competitive time.
I was talking to scouts a couple of years ago, and they said at that age, and they were looking around and saying, this guy is Connor Bedard-like. Now, it hasn't quite turned out that way. He is a much different player than Connor Bedard, but he's been playing pro hockey for 3 years already. What I like about the story is, in the time in Slovakia, there wasn't a lot of great things going on. We know now that that's changed. Their program is now much more competitive, much more skilled. So at 9 years old, they moved to Sweden because they felt it would be better for this guy's hockey career. At 9 years old, I mean, who's thinking about what that might be like for somebody? They were dedicated to the process. They moved to Sweden. He gets an opportunity to bounce around a little bit with the Allsvenskan. The numbers really aren't that sexy. However, when you get back with the peer group and you look at the under-18s, watching him at the World Juniors where he's still an underager, really impressive stuff here. I love this player, and after meeting him in the interview and how serious he is, I like him even more, Chuck.
He's a really good player, really good two-way player. This is the 6th centerman taken in the first 10 picks. Again, a great year for centers. It's so hard to get these guys. He plays both sides of the puck. I think his skating may
amazing. Yeah,
it'll happen as he gets stronger.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Doug Armstrong's got to be thrilled to get a kill like
Six.
this.
6 of the 10 picks so far are centermen in the top 10.
In the draft.
1 right shot defenseman and 2 wingers. Sorry, one right, 1 left, and 2 wingers.
So when he gets a puck in any scoring area, he already has made a decision what he's doing with it. Whether he's distributing it or getting it on goal, everything happens fast off this guy's stick. He dragged his team at the Under-18 World Championships into the fight. And let me tell you, the Slovaks, they are on the rise. They're a competitive group. They're doing a fantastic job over there. Another great day for their nation.
Yeah, last year was all about the Slovaks going 1 and 2 at the top of the draft. And here he is at number 10, Valley Dvorsky, going to St. Louis. Again, the first of 3 picks for the St. Louis Blues, who missed the playoffs for just the 2nd time in 12 years. So, Jason, you were giving us a little bit of the scouting report. Break it all down for us now.
Yeah, well, here he is, middle of the ice. Like I said,
I like the music.
It's on goal.
For the scouting report.
He's making plays off the flank. Watch his head. Watch how he's
very Blues Brothers.
A little bit of deception there. A little bit of drag. All these kids are doing that, aren't they? That little deception, that little cold drag and making plays. This
a lot of horns.
Here is cerebral. It's something small, but watch his footwork as he comes to the middle of the ice. Hey, inside out, edges 10 and 2, gets to the middle. Boom, the puck's in the net.
And I love this picture of him with Marian Gaborik. He actually broke Gaborik's 15-year-old scoring record with the numbers he put up during that Olympia Gretzky tournament. Unbelievable run. He met him as a little guy, and here he is now going to follow in his footsteps into the National Hockey League. We should mention, well, first of all, we're going to get you back down with Carolyn down on the floor.
Do you think that little kid with Gaborik would have thought that this was possible?
I mean, he was always dreaming about it. I would say now it's a dream come true, so I'm extremely happy, obviously.
Yeah, what was it like? Can you put into words what it was like hearing your name called by St. Louis?
I mean, it's tough to say. It was unbelievable. I've been working hard for this moment, but the work starts now, so I'm just extremely excited to be part of the Blues organization.
And so much work has gone into it, not just from you, but by friends.
He's not even looking at the girl asking questions. He's either super relaxed or super arrogant.
Well, congratulations and have fun.
Oh, he looked at her. There you go.
All right, we are awaiting the Vancouver Canucks.
Okay, the Canucks. To all my Vancouver friends out there.
Where are you leaving right now, son?
To all the ones I've loved before.
You think about the coaching change, some players like Bo Horvat leaving. Get going here on the fly.
Beer, must have. I need beer.
Doing some difficult things here. Go back to 2019.
Highest since selecting Vasily Podolskin, 10th overall,
Here they get an opportunity to pick.
like over 10 years ago.
Pretty fascinated to see, but now is when I start to think that
9 of the last 10 first-round picks have played at least one career game with the Canucks. Missed the playoffs for the 8th time in the last 10 seasons, their consecutive season.
Be watching for now, guys, because of how the draft has started to shake out. A few picks that were a little bit higher than we projected them to be. I'm interested to see the first team that starts to trade back to start to pick up extra assets.
Somebody do something. Come on.
Guys on their list still that they think they can grab in the trade back scenario.
And Chuck, how difficult a position is this if you're Vancouver in the sense of the expectations from the fan base are we want to win now. How do you temper that if you're a GM, you go, I have to take the best guy, even though it might be a project, 3 years down the road?
Yeah, I think that's what Patrick Aldean's trying to do. They're obviously made some trades to stay competitive, but he kept us pick last year with Lepermaki, and he's going to get a good player right here. So
cherries are getting really low.
Trying to make sure you have enough good assets.
This was full,
and you're trying to take advantage of some of the
a little over an hour ago.
Pedersen and Hughes and JT Miller. So this is a
pick some more.
great draft. This is going to be a good pick for him.
Okay.
We're entering the stage area. It looks like the pick is in for the Vancouver Canucks. The 11th
Canucks on the board.
Let's hear
on the board.
Their management group as they get set to make the selection.
Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from Rögle, Swedish Junior League, Tom Williner.
Tom Williner. That's why they're all quiet.
This has to be an incredibly exciting moment for Tom Williner. Remember,
off the board
fan because of the Sedins, and here he is, a young Swedish man. He'll be putting on that same Canucks sweater, whether it's next year or a year after that. But pretty exciting time for him. Your thoughts on the pick, Sam?
This guy's as serious as a heart attack. I mean, he'll look you in the eye, he'll shake your hand. He doesn't smile very much, and he's a guy who is on task. He is singularly focused on becoming a better
ranked
player.
30th overall by the Hockey News.
They stay in the SHL. Maybe they're going to play in the Allsvenskan, hang out there for a couple of years, fulfill some contracts. Not this guy. He's coming over to play college hockey, and he felt that it was the best piece for his development to do that. It's not often that you see that happen. I give this guy a lot of credit because he's focused on the plan. He's got
right shot defenseman.
And you can see it.
6'1", 180 pounds.
This is what's interesting here. You mentioned going to college.
They compare him to Ryan Pulock in the best case scenario, and ranked 12th overall international skating.
And what about Williner? Because he was not even really on the draft screen as far as the first rounder in April. What happened here, Jason?
He had a heck of a tournament in November is what happened. I mean, we were all there.
It's quite a bit off the board for them.
And he broke out. That's where he committed to BU. BU was there. They recruited him out of that tournament. He made the commitment to go there. When you talk about being serious as a heart attack, I told him, I said, when you get to BU, you're going to have to play BC in the same conference. That big line coming with the U.S. national team program, he just stands up at the combine, looks me in the eyes, he goes, just come watch the games. That was unbelievable. Kind of cocky confident. Hey, listen, he's a lot like Axel Sandiapalika, a little bit lighter offensively, elite feet, 2-way D, gap control, out of this world. Real great skater.
Chuck, how much do you want to see confidence from a player? And sort of that borderline cockiness, but not over the top.
And from Stockholm, Sweden.
You really want to see it. The combine's one thing, but you want to see that confidence on the ice, the way they play. And this guy does a great gaps, and he's very assertive. He moves the puck well, and really good two-way defenseman, and pretty good size.
All right, give us a full scouting report, JB.
Well, here we go. Let's talk about mobility. So defend from the middle of the ice out, grab the puck, escape pressure, make an outlet play. Boom, up the wall, the team goes on offense. Again, here we are. Absorb contact, a little subtle reverse play. Move it up the other side. The team breaks the puck out clean. Hey, guys, it's a trap meet the NHL. You got to move the puck efficiently. A little zag on the offensive blue line. He's got more of this in him. It hasn't really come to the fruition. It's not been his elite element yet. He's got more of that in him, though, Sammy.
Let's get you back onto the floor. We'll hear from Tom, who's standing by with Karen.
Tom, you grew up a Canucks fan, idolizing the Sedins, and now you wear their jersey. How does it feel?
Oh, it's amazing. From being very small, I always looked up to this team. Just seeing the logo up on the screen just made me nostalgic. To be honest, so it's a big honor. Big honor.
Tell us all as a kid how a trip to Tampa kind of created this dream.
Well, it was all about going over there to vacation really, but being able to see NHL for the first time, up close, got to sit right at the rink, so that's kind of where sparked the switch in me, So.
And in your words, what kind of player and person are the Canucks getting?
I'd say they're getting a person who really wants to make change. I'm a driven person, and I really want to make this a great decision for the Vancouver Canucks.
Well, Tom, congratulations and enjoy.
Thank you.
David?
We had 6 suites taken in the first round last there, and maybe we're going to have even more this year because there's
Okay.
a run right now.
There you go, Vancouver fans. A right shot D.
Patrick, there have been some rumors that this was the guy on your radar. What do you like about it?
You know what? My staff was coming into the season. They were high on him. Smart player, right shot defenseman, just trending up. I mean, it was impressive the second half there. So his mobility and ability to defend there, and the path is going here to Boston University as well.
Did anyone make you think? Did anyone tempt you in terms of moving up into your spot?
There were some discussions there, but our scouting staff felt strongly that this was the guy we wanted. So
They could have moved up and still picked this guy, it seems like. So there comes Arizona. They look so crazy, all dressed in the same suit. Oh, here comes Arizona, number 12. Tilden car rental service is coming up to make the 11th overall pick. 12, excuse me. That's funny.
And again, they selected Dmitry Simashev, 6th overall, a D-man. Are they going to add another D-man, or are they going to look for a forward here at the 12th spot?
Lots of really good options still available. We talked about the depth of this draft. I'd love to be in a position where I'm picking 6 and 12 of the 8 teams with multi-picks. The 2 highest here, beginning at 6 and now here at 12.
All right, well, the Arizona Coyotes are ready. Again, this pick was picked up from the Jacob Chikrin trade from Ottawa Senators.
Here we go, Arizona.
And the Coyotes.
The Arizona Coyotes are proud to select from Yaroslavel Daniel Boot.
Daniel Boot.
Well, the Arizona Coyotes are keeping their Russian theme going because that's now 2 Russians selected in the top 12 by Arizona. Daniel Boot goes 4th overall. He played in the KHL as well. It's listed as raw talent. His father, Anton, of course, was drafted 119th by New Jersey.
Ranked 31st overall by the Hockey News.
Play a game in the National Hockey League. What do you make of this pick?
Right shot, left winger.
Not surprised again. And again
6'5".
Would be available like we thought Simashev would be available.
203 pounds.
Draft, maybe a trade back scenario. But then again, when you think about a trade back, this is a team that already has a ton of draft picks, has had for the last couple of years. How many draft picks can you possibly have before you start to put live bodies into uniforms? And so this situation, they're obviously very confident with what they have in terms of scouting in Russia and the ability to get those players over here at some point. I wonder if the situation with the home and things being sort of confusing in terms of where they might play after this year has played a factor in any of this.
Chuck,
That's a good point. They compare him to Brock Nelson, best case scenario, on the Hockey News. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it.
That does happen. I think
Subscribe if you haven't already.
We've all had the video scout. It's been hard to see these players in person. But both these players are longer term.
So he's massive.
Taking a little bit of time to come over. You're talking about
Another guy takes 3-4 years. I mean, from the perspective of being a Russian player, I see the point. He's not going to be here for 3-4 years, and Coyotes don't know where they're even going to be playing next year or the season after anyway. But again,
for some elite fans, Nick Antropov. He's somewhere in
really, they think Nick Antropov, Tage Thompson. Hockey News is Brock Nelson.
Starting to believe now as well.
Interesting.
There's only 50 contracts in the league. They have to start to manage not only best player on their draft grid, but also timeline for arrival, because otherwise they're going to have to start trading out a lot of these picks because they're all arriving at the same time.
Yeah, and remember May 16th, that public referendum voting against the new arena development in Tempe. So all sorts of question marks surrounding the Arizona Coyotes and their future in the desert, and maybe some question marks surrounding, or at least from you gentlemen, the picks they're making today. Talented player, but maybe selected earlier than they needed.
I had him in the first round. I had him going 21st. So there's no doubt when you watch the tape of this player, you're wild what he brings to the table. And of course, size is the thing that Bill Armstrong always appreciates, but his ability to play with speed. His hands and his feet are actually really good for a big guy. And you can think that both of those things are only going to get better as he gets stronger. You can see there's probably some room to add to that frame as well. But already put together, and guys that have seen him like in street clothes. They're saying, "Oh, this guy's a physical specimen."
Okay.
But again,
Buffalo's next at number 13.
So a really, really talented player, not to be discounted here. Again, a little high for me, but still a first-round pick in my opinion in this class.
And we're done the first 12 of the draft.
See, I don't understand why they just don't move back or move forward. If they're going to pick a guy that's completely off the board like that, not completely off the board, but, you know, probably 15 spots, 16 spots out of the usual. Hello. Hello. Hi. Waving to my daughter. Cuckoo. All right. I've eaten nothing but cherries for the last hour and a half. I'm feeling okay. Can you get drunk if you eat too many cherries? Probably not. I'm going to try, though. I'm going to try. Okay. Here we go.
She discovered unforgettable savings on her favorite brands. Today's showstopper, the best offer of the day.
Okay. That's a commercial. Sorry, I'll turn that down. All right. So, yeah, like I said, Buffalo on the board, number 13 next. Let's see if we have any chat here on Twitter. Here's a very upset Montreal fan that tweeted, contenders did rebuild with McDavid and Draisaitl, Crosby and Malkin, Kane and Taves, Stamkos and Hedman, Matthews and Marner. He says, we used 2 effing top 5 picks on Slavkovsky and Reinbacher. It's a Montreal fan. Some Canucks broadcasters are liking this pick so far. For Vancouver, the giant defenseman. Here we are. Here's Elliot Friedman.
The biggest surprise team I think so far with your 2 picks. Tell us what it is.
Well, we took the 2 best players in our opinion on our list. We really value the fact that our first pick, Dmitry Sishev, is a machine. He's probably one of the best skaters of the big man in the draft, and he covers some ground. And we're just excited to get him. Our second one is Daniel Bowden, just a big man with skill. Got some good speed. He can make plays. He can score. His dad was actually drafted in the NHL. Never got a chance to come over here. So we're really excited about both those players. For us, they were on our board, and we wanted to make sure as an organization we took the 2 best guys off that board, and we're really excited about it.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from Winnipeg in the Western Hockey League, Zach Benson.
Zach Benson, okay. He is ranked 8th overall by the Hockey News. Left winger, left shot, 5'9", 163 pounds.
For Zach Benson of the WHL, the Winnipeg Ice, his parents Darcy and Jacqueline.
From Winnipeg, yeah. They compare him to Brad Marchand.
I'm sure smiling as they see this scrappy player taken 13th overall by the Buffalo Sabres.
I absolutely love this guy, and I'm thinking that with Arizona having drafted Connor Geekie last year, they would have had an underage book on Zach Benson, and I thought he might have been a target for them here, but clearly Bill Armstrong going with the side. 13th overall for Zach Benson. A lot of my year, I had him in the top 10 and comfortably inside the top 10. I love this guy.
Interesting.
I love everything about him. He's happy. He's got a smile on his face. He plays with passion. He goes to hard areas of the ice. Don't tell him he's small. Forget about him. This guy can make plays. He can score goals. He makes those around him better. And on many nights, playing with first-rounders Matthew Savoy and Connor Geekie, he might have been the best player on a lot of nights. On a team full of rock stars, he was able to carve out his own ice as a younger player. Love him. And I love the lid, too.
And you mentioned Matthew Savoy. He played with them, and now he's going to play with them at some point with the Buffalo Sabres. You have to imagine that factored in. They love the chemistry there.
Yeah, well, anybody, like Sammy says, who can rock the mullet from the CHL top prospect all the way into the year It's awesome. Anyways, listen, exceptional skill. But this guy here, he's not a darter on straight lines necessarily through the neutral zone. He's going to kind of move laterally a little bit more. So that makes him a little bit more difficult to play with as a line mate, only because you got to wait it out sometimes.
All right.
His spatial awareness is outstanding. He's got great character, elite skill, make plays in a phone booth. Buffalo Sabres have drafted a lot of smaller skill guys. Add this kid to the equation.
Chuck, is there any concern with smaller players? We just saw the Vegas Golden Knights, a huge team, go and win the Stanley Cup. How much do you factor those things in? I mean, we're not talking about a tiny guys, 5'10", 170, he's probably going to fill up to 185, but how much do you factor size into the place?
Well, you do, and especially looking at some of the last Stanley Cup winners with Tampa Bay and Colorado is a big team. Vegas is a big team, but look, a team like Vegas had Marchessault. He's a big time player to play. So this guy Benson is a competitor. If they're small, they better be really good and competitive, and that's what he is, and that's a great pickup for a team.
I can tell you, Pittsburgh's on the clock at 14, but Kevin Adams couldn't contain that smell. There's got to be a bit of pressure on the Buffalo Sabres, right? 12 years without the playoffs, longest stretch in any of the four major North American sports. This is the year they're expecting to have that breakthrough in a very tough Atlantic division. Let's get you back down on the floor, Carolyn Cameron, with the newest member of the Buffalo Sabres.
Thanks very much. Well, Zach, you told me you were worried you were going to black out when you heard your name called. How did it go?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's pretty surreal, and I'm so stoked to be a Buffalo Sabre.
You grew up spending your summers traveling city to city, town to town in Western Canada with your family's carnival business. What did your family teach you about work ethic?
Yeah, it takes a lot of hard work. Just watching my grandpa and dad, you know, what they do every day. It's a lot of hard work, and you know, they're definitely an inspiration in my life.
Hey, you're ready to put the hard hat on for the Buffalo Sabres. Just lastly, you have friends over my shoulder and family. Do you want to say hi?
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, guys? What's up, Younger?
Congratulations and have fun tonight.
Awesome, thank you.
Well, let's have some fun for a few minutes here and take you through some of his highlights. Here he is, like I'm saying, off the rush, through the middle of the ice, through a guy's skates. I mean, it's elite. It's fun to watch. Like, fans are going to really enjoy this. He finds seams. Like, some guys that don't have exceptional pace, they find seams, they find open space. Hockey sense. That's what that's called. Step in the middle of the ice, bang it home. I mean, this guy right here, he's a play driver. It's just a different kind of play driver. That's all, you know, that's the way I can describe it. He's going to be a leader, and he can play in all situations despite just that high-end stuff.
Now, fourth in points per game in the WHL, a skilled player. With more on Zach Benson, let's send it to Kyle.
Okay, Pittsburgh is on the deck. They're next.
His grandparents live in the Vancouver area, over a 4-hour drive from Wenatchee, Washington. So when they heard Benson's Winnipeg Ice were relocating there, they bought season tickets. And
oh my God! Oh, whoa! Oh, Kyle Dubas. This is so weird. Seeing Kyle Dubas walk up to the Pittsburgh podium for Pittsburgh. This is really bizarre. This feels, as a Leaf fan, this is just
Oh, yes. All right. Well, good news for the Buffalo Sabres.
out-of-body experience or something. It's just weird.
It's a different look for them, gentlemen. That's Kyle Dubas ready to make essentially his first pick as the GM. He was hired on June 1st, and there he is with the commissioner, Gary Bettman. What is the anticipation here for the Pittsburgh Penguins? This is a weird spot for them, guys. They've gone, 16 straight years making the playoffs. They're not used to picking this high.
Well, it's a situation for me where does Kyle Dubas come in and draft the sort of player that he drafted with Toronto, or does he rely on the scouts that work under the ones that he inherited when he got to Pittsburgh? I'll be fascinated to see how it works out.
Okay, here we go. Pittsburgh's up.
They've converged and they've agreed on a player.
Let's hear from Kyle Dubas.
On behalf of our organization, we'd first like to recognize the great career of Nashville Predators General Manager David Poile. Not only a great general manager who's done great for hockey, but a great mentor to young general managers getting into the game. Thank you, David. With the 14th selection in the 2023 NHL Entry Draft, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the Moose Jaw Warriors, Braden Yager.
Braden Yager. I was ranked 10th overall by the Hockey News. Center who shoots right, 5'11", 166 pounds. Best case scenario is Bo Horvat, according to the Hockey News. From Saskatoon. Let's listen to the guys comment on him.
And here he is now, a member in the National Hockey League.
Well, I go back to last year. This guy scored 34 goals as a 16-year-old. You're thinking, all right, that's his calling card. That's what he needs to do. He came into this year and he recognized that, hey, maybe I got to change my game a little bit. Maybe I start to have to add some playmaking to my game. So what did he do? He took a dip in the goals, 28, which didn't impress scouts much, but he went from 25 to 50 assists, and in doing so, really worked in that part of his game. We talked to him at the Combine, and I asked him about that. I said, if people challenge you about the goal scoring going down as you get older, you're supposed to score more. I said, you know what? I made a conscious decision to work on my playmaking, but, looking back, I probably should have been a little bit more selfish and taken a few more shots. So I love that awareness in the fact that he's trying to improve on one part of his game. He goes back, reviews it again, and says, you know what? Maybe I need to get back to what my calling card is, and that's shooting the puck and playing with speed. I really like the young man.
This is a little bit of a compromise. And what I mean by that is that he's not a giant, but he's also not tiny. I think he's going to weigh out at about $185 by the time he matures. He's equal parts shooter and distributor now, but he plays a 3-zone game. He's going to play with detail. He's going to push people around him to be better. He shows up to play every day, guys. He's a competitive kid.
Jagger.
A late bloomer, right? He played double-A hockey until he was.
Is that a coincidence?
He wasn't one of those, he wasn't Connor Bedard on sort of that track right from the age of 7 or 8. Chuck, do you look for that where it takes a little bit, maybe extra resilience, a little bit of extra.
That's so weird seeing Kyle Dubas there. Oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
That's a factor in.
I said it already.
Dominate right from an early age. There's other kids that come on late, but let's be honest. For Pittsburgh, they don't have a lot of forward prospects, and the guy at the center like Jager's is a good proof for them.
Yeah, you're seeing some of the highlights, guys. We're talking about that quick release, right? Now, forehand, backhand. The first one you saw was bar down coming off the plate.
We're going to have 2 Jaggers
That's a weak back check. I'm not going to lie, but hey, he identified the opportunity, and there he was.
in the organization. Spelled differently, Jagger for him is Yager, as opposed to the more infamous Jager. And interviewing the player, ho hum. In his last season in the WHL, in 67 games, he had 28 goals, 78 points, 14 penalty minutes. Okay, congratulations to Pittsburgh. It looks like they got a higher talented player than they anticipated at the 14th overall pick. Yeah. Next up is Nashville, picking at 15. And nobody has yet to make a trade. God. Wow, I can't believe it's still nothing. Can Trevelin go back to his... Trevelin can't go to the Toronto desk until after... to the floor until after Calgary picks, which is, yeah. So he's 2 picks away from coming.
This NHL franchise came here and it has built up the infrastructure incredibly.
I had an opportunity to work under David here for my first 5 years in the league, and he was a mentor to me. He's just a fantastic human being. This building, guys, back then, we were about 11,000, 12,000 a night. It was a slow build, and when we got here, when this city got here, it's on fire now. What an awesome place to play hockey and raise a family.
David Boyle is one of the great builders of all time. This is an incredible general manager, incredible career, and what he's done for the city, for this franchise, and we're seeing it today. It's a hockey town now. Nashville, Tennessee is a hockey town.
It's funny, David, back in 99, I was at this same baseball winter meetings. I came to a hockey game, and at the intermission, a band breaks out. I'm like, what is going on here? But that's part of the fabric of what it's all about here in Nashville.
All right, let's get down to Elliot Friedberg.
Okay, here comes Nashville. Poyle's going up there as well.
All right, we'll get back down to LA in just a matter of moments. Nashville's on the clock. Yeah, you see David Poyle making that long walk for the final time, and the crowd is electric here in Nashville in anticipation of the Predators' latest pick. And again, just like Pittsburgh, just like Washington, this is rare form for them to not be a playoff team, so they're going to be learning to make the corner turn quickly here.
Well, turns it over to Johnson, gives him 13.
I don't see Annie talk about any trades or anything on Twitter. This is heartbreaking.
They were trying feverishly to move up, but they don't. And here they are with the 15th pick.
Here we go.
Here we go, Nashville. From the University of Connecticut, Matthew Wood.
Matthew Wood. Ranked 16th overall by the Hockey News. He's compared to Andre Burakovsky. He is a right wing, right shot, 6'3", 193 pounds.
And from Lethbridge, selected 15th overall.
From Lethbridge, Alberta.
Carry and a great moment for that man.
3 of the 4 BC boys who hung out as youngsters. Matthew Wood at 9 years old lived with Connor Bedard. And then, of course, they've got their buddy in the middle of it all, Zach Benson. Now they're all waiting on Andrew Crystal to be picked. But this group of players grew up playing together. They pushed one another. Wood decided against going to the Regina Pats to play with Bedard in the CHL because he wanted to carve his own path by going to UConn. He went to UConn after being named the BCHL Rookie of the Year, put almost a point per game up, and really exceeded all expectations. Playing for Mike Cavanaugh, who, by the way, is the same coach that Tage Thompson had. It was a slow burn for Tage Thompson to get to where he is. Tage Thompson is a National Hockey League star, and the Nashville Predators are hoping.
Wow, he's huge, too. He looks very lanky. 193, 6'3".
Again, it's been this nice run of Western Canadians coming now in the last few picks and out of UConn. 35 games, and as you said, modest numbers, like 11 goals, modest numbers, but here's a guy who can do a lot of different things and really an exceptional young man.
Yeah, and you have to love the fact that he was the youngest player in the NCAA this year. So you walk in as a freshman, and you're looking around wide-eyed, and it didn't get off to a great start for him, but it didn't take him very long to acclimate himself. And next thing you know, the point per game numbers, Mike Cavanaugh saying, I have to keep playing him more and more in more high leverage situations because he's been so good for us. I think it's the shot that really speaks volumes about his game. At the end of the year, at the under-18s, he started to show a little bit more grit, some compete. That final game for Canada in the bronze, he was excellent there, and that is part of why that recency bias allowed him to be picked 15th overall.
Okay.
So Matthew Wood, 15th overall.
Need a matcha.
And he's rocking that jersey. And he looks excited. And there's a guy, Canadian roots, but played down in the NCAAs.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what this guy's abilities are. Yep, it's on and off the stick in a hurry. Right shot. There he goes. And now he gets a chance to work off the half wall, brings it to the middle of the ice. Oh, it looks a little bit like Connor Bedard, little curl and drag. Let's take this thing to the top shelf. Yeah, okay, I'm ahead of the pack a little bit. No way you're stopping me. I'm going to go Gold Glove. So Wood is the type of guy who's got an excellent shot. You look at Tage Thompson compared with Matthew Wood over the course of their draft-eligible seasons, very, very similar.
All right, so that's 15th overall. Let's zoom back to first overall, and we welcome in Connor Bedard, the newest member of the Chicago Blackhawks. And Connor, congratulations to you. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations to you. You're looking good, by the way. You're looking very good there, the big smile. Listen, your journey, it ends right now, but it started out, you were a little guy. You were impressing everyone back at the Brick Tournament when you were 10 years of age. Talk about what was...
Okay, yeah, they're just interviewing Bedard on the desk right now, Sportsnet desk. 16th next is Calgary. So far from the Hockey News rankings, the highest guy that's still available is Oliver Moore. He's a left shot centerman, 5'11", 188 pounds. He's compared to Dylan Larkin. He's ranked 7th by the Hockey News, and he's still available. Next, highest ranked available is left wing, left shot, Edward Sale. He's ranked 11th overall from Czech Republic, 6'2", 174 pounds, and he's compared to Valery Nichushkin. Then the next guy, I'll mention one more, who's available. The highest ranking is number 12, Andrew Crystal. He's compared to Johnny Gaudreau. He's a left winger, left shot. He's from Vancouver, BC, 5'9", 167 pounds. So yeah, those are some of the options. Then there's number 14, Alex Sadnin Peculia, a right shot D, compared to Shea Theodore, and then number 15, Colby Barlow, left winger, 6 foot, 190 pounds, compared to Jamie Benn, the guy with a nice little greasy Vegas mustache there. If you see his profile pic. But yeah, there's that. Do we want to pop back into the interview here?
This little thing I got was, we love to play cards and stuff, and I got him on here, so it's kind of happening with me on this day, and I'm sure
and they're still interviewing Bedard. Sorry, I'm not that interested really in player interviews, especially for kids. Oh, here we go. Calgary's up.
Be board at 16. They're ready to make their selection, and it's a special moment, obviously, for Craig Conroy.
Conroy, yeah, his first time as GM. Let's see what he does.
First of all, we'd like to thank the Nashville Predators and the city of and the people of Nashville. We've had a great time this week. Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights on the Stanley Cup Championship.
That's Conroy's father? Who is that?
And finally, there's not a general manager sitting at the table tonight or anybody that's been a manager in this league for the last 25 years that hasn't been positively influenced by David Poile. He did his job with class and dignity and honesty, and wish him lots of success, much success in his future. For our first pick, I'd like to introduce our new general manager, Craig Conroy.
All right.
I want to thank all our season ticket holders back at the draft party at the Telus Club in the Scotiabank Saddle Dome. Hope they're having a good time. With our first pick, we're going to take from the Vancouver Giants, Samuel Honzek.
Samuel Honzek.
All right, more WHL love here in the first round of the entry draft time. Honzek taken 16th overall by the Calgary Flames, and this is a large
ranked 29th overall by the Hockey News.
Again, he was injured at the World Juniors.
6'3", left winger, 186 pounds. He's compared to Dylan Strome. He's a left shot.
Jason and I went out to
I'll shut up while they talk about him.
CHL, NHL top prospects game, and we're interviewing a bunch of players. Samuel Honzek wasn't on the list, but we happened to run into him in the hallway, and we started up a conversation with him, and I was amazed how engaged he was in the conversation. That says a lot to me about a guy, but also very well thought out. There was an opportunity for him to stay home, play professionally, make some money, but he wanted to chart a different path that he thought would make him get to the NHL a little quicker. He chose to go to the Vancouver Giants. A great program there. You're in an NHL city. You know there's going to be a lot of eyes on you in terms of scouts coming to watch you all the time. And that yet still have the experience of what it's like to play junior hockey, play a 68-game schedule when he wasn't hurt. It's unfortunate we didn't get to see him at the World Juniors, but I do love what he brought to the table for the Vancouver Giants in the Western Hockey League, hanging around Vancouver now, working out with Brendan Gallagher and his dad, Ian. They'll put him through the paces.
I trust his approach, guys. He's 6'3.5", 195 pounds now. When you look at him at the combine, he looks like he can carry 220 easily. Like, he's very, very lean. He does a lot of things really well. He doesn't do one thing exceptionally well. I think he's a 2F on projection, but he'll play the game the right way. He'll come every day to compete. The NHL is a hard league. There's a lot of bad days in the league. On those days, this is the guy you're going to be able to count on.
I had him going there in my mock draft at 16, and I said if the board shakes down here, that Craig Conroy would be running to the podium to get this guy. I think some earlier projections had him sitting around that top 10 mark. Obviously, the board was shaken up here a little bit, especially by Arizona. Honzek's available to Calgary. They get a big guy with skill.
Yeah, and there's Sam Honzek, all smiles. He's on yet a bit of a burgundy suit rocking, too. That seems to be a theme. Oh, a very Western theme. Yeah, fashion, we're all about the fashion. We're going to have Adam Fantilli here in a matter of moments, the newest member of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Keep it locked here. We'll have Adam Fantilli on set next here in Nashville.
Okay, to commercial, obviously. All right, so, Samuel Honzek, picked by Calgary here. Last season at the in the WHL in 43 games, 23 goals, 56 points, 16 penalty minutes. You say he started the year slowly and played just 2 games in the World Juniors, but he really came on for the Vancouver Giants as the season progressed. Scouts were concerned about his ability to produce, but with 56 points in 43 games, he put those fears to rest. He's a big prototype, up and down the wall kind of guy. One scout said, good skills, but not an elite skilled winger. He can play your first line and complement some skill guys because he's got enough skill and can do the corner work. And I lost my line. And he can do the corner work. You also put him on the second or third line, and he can be a banger as part of a physical line. All right. Yeah, although the Giants were swept in the first round, they like what they saw of him. Speaking from the scouts' perspective, yeah. Okay, there you have it. All right, so Brad Trevling is now running to the Toronto Maple Leafs scouting table. But number 17 and coming up is the Detroit Red Wings. I'll take a look at Twitter here, see if there's anything. Please, God. Trades. Give me a trade. Something. Can't believe this. By now, I just mentioned Brad Trevling racing to Toronto's table. There's a tweet with the Ultimate Warrior leaving the ring, running out of the ring. That was tweeted by Overdrive there. Anywho, yeah. Oh, and we're back.
Dallas Stars is the GM of the year. Great run for Dallas. Had those great contracts as well with Jason Robertson and gang, and well deserving of the Jim Gregory Award.
Oh, Jim Neal just got the Manager of the Year award.
GM of the Flames. He's with the Lakers.
First draft pick, Samuel Ponza. What Cal GM to him?
You know what? Luckily, I got to see him a ton this year. The size, skills, skating, and I see some growth as the season started to where we finished. It was a huge step, and you see him. He's a great athlete. So I think the skating, the size, and on the left side is what we really looking for.
Everybody's talking about the Flames for a lot of reasons. One move.
All right. All right. So we're waiting for Detroit.
Just talking about
they're interviewing
Thanks very much, Greg.
Conroy from Calgary.
Elliot's always speaking. He's always doing his work. Meanwhile, Adam Fantilli, congratulations to you.
And they're interviewing Fantilli. Not too interested in hearing that. Is there any news on Twitter about any trades possibly happening here? Again, more people talking about Brad Trevling. Immediately after the Flames announced their pick, Brad Trevling took his seat at the Leafs draft table. This is by Jonas Siegel of formerly of TSN. Anyway, that was per the agreement with Calgary upon Trevling taking the Leafs GM job. Trevling wasn't permitted at the table until after the Flames picked. Seems a little childish, maybe. I don't know. Weird. Moving forward. Anything about relating to any trades? No, there's just a bunch of Brad Trevling memes running on Twitter right now of guys running around. That's hilarious. They're still interviewing Fantilli at the moment. And we still got some high draft guys here. We still have a guy who's ranked in the top 10 by the Hockey News who's still available, and that's Oliver Moore. Left shot center, 5'11". And I think they're wrapping up the interview. No?
immediate future right now? What are you going to be doing over the next month or two to get ready?
Yeah, as soon as I can, I'm going to get back down to Plymouth, and I'm going to be training there and trying to get ready for the next season, whether that's with Columbus or whether that's back in Michigan. So I just want to get big, as fast, and as strong as I can get for next season. And then in the immediate future, I'm just going to be sitting here waiting for Gavin Brindley to go.
Nice. Yeah, family and friends. Luca Del Belbalou is the guy you grew up playing minor hockey with. Columbus pick. Must be exciting to think that you guys are going to be reunited here at some point.
Oh yeah, we were used to be teammates and line mates in Toronto there with the Red Wings. So it'll be really great to get back in the ice with him.
Well, Adam, congratulations. And for those that don't know, you're a bit of a two-sport athlete, too. I know you threw out the first pitch a little while ago.
You can't call me a two-sport athlete. That was awesome.
And here it is. Yeah, what happened here? Was it nerve-wracking? Oh, sorry. We're sewering you here on national TV.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I was practicing at the Michigan field off the mound, and I was like getting used to throwing it down from that distance. And as soon as I got up there, she's like, "Yeah, you're not allowed to touch the mound. Only the pitchers can go up there." So I was like, "All right, there's no chance I can throw this in the dirt. So maybe I just put it a little bit higher."
Well, listen, you had great success at Michigan. You're going to have great success at Columbus. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Oh, he's got some pretty good poise on national television for such a young guy. So that's good for him.
The freshman. This is the company he keeps. Paul Correa, winning the Hobey Baker as a freshman. Jack Eichel, now a Stanley Cup winner, winning the Hobey Baker as a freshman. And Adam Fantilli, can't wait to see
65 points.
Columbus for the Blue Jackets.
30 games.
All right, we're can get you back now on
36 games. Sorry.
17th overall is the Detroit Red Wings. They've already taken Nate Danielson 9th overall, and now they're going to be picking.
Oh, here we go.
Steve Yzerman with a lot of work to do. Again, Detroit they missed the playoffs the last.
Excuse me, I haven't had my beer today.
Great Nate, what are they going to do at 17? Any thoughts on this, Sam?
Well,
See what's
Detroit
happening
has that
later.
luxury of the second two highest picks. We looked at Arizona at 6 and 12, and now they're pretty confident with the player they like. Again, we talk about the depth of this draft class. There's a number of ways in which they can go here. It'll be interesting to see which way Steve Yzerman takes this. Remember, this is an organization that's had a lot of success going to Sweden. Håkan Andersson, the legendary scout there. We'll see if that's the direction they go here.
They're taking the stage. Jason, any thoughts here for the Detroit Red Wings? We see they've added a talented forward in Nate Danielson, and now here they are moments away from the second first-round pick.
Yeah, we're getting into that situation here where I'm starting to get more and more curious about what's going to go off the board defensively. So it's going to be interesting. There's some real good players on the back end still on the board here.
All right, well, let's hear it from the Detroit Red Wings as they make a second first round.
Okay, Detroit, let's do it.
Before making our selection, I'd like to thank all the Red Wing fans back in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena who are watching the draft live. We really appreciate your support. With the 17th pick, the Red Wings select from Skellefteå, Sweden of the SHL, Axel Sandin-Pellikka.
Axel.
Big hugs there, especially for his father.
Sandin-Pellikka, ranked 14th overall by the Hockey News. He's a right shot defenseman, 5'11", 176 pounds from Sweden. They compare him to Shea Theodore. I mentioned him a little bit earlier.
And that's what they went with, the right-handed shot defenseman.
Yeah, they did. They're hard to find. And, Steve has some size on the back end already. Sider, Edvinson's coming, Wallinder's coming. And they moved Roenick last year, to Vancouver. And Sandin-Pellikka is a guy that can come in. He's 5'11", but he can defend, and these guys can talk about his scouting report. But this is a good player.
Yeah, and here's the thing: back in November, he wasn't really on the radars. How did he get on the radar and ultimately into the first round?
Wow, I mean, his skating ability, his poise, he plays mistake-free type of hockey, and that's what I love most about this guy. When you go back and think about what the defensemen were going to be, I thought 3 right shot defensemen would be taken in the first half of this draft. We missed by 1. I also figured Detroit might jump on this player at pick number 9. That didn't happen because I think a player that they didn't think was going to be there was there. Now they get a chance to move down the list a little bit. They get that same player that I projected at 9 here at number 17, a real good complementary player to the defense that they already have, obviously a couple of years away.
Two-way transitional defenseman. He's going to quarterback at worst or second power play unit. He's an area defender with an active stick. Not a lot of bump and grind to his game. He'll track back. He'll get the pucks first. Like if somebody goes to chip it behind him on a dump in, he's going to get there first. He's going to move it up ice quickly.
Erik Karlsson is his idol as a hockey player. If they can get something close to Erik Karlsson, my goodness, they have literally won the lottery here with the 17th overall pick. Much more to talk about, but we do want to
decent pick for Detroit.
Yeah, Dave. Well, thankfully for Axel Sandin Pellikka, he never had a difficult time finding ice growing up in Sweden. His father, Yanni, or you mentioned, DA, would build a small pad of ice in the yard during the winter so he had a space to skate and work on his skills. In fact, at one time, though, they had the key to a local arena so he could skate nearly whenever he wanted to. A defenseman who wore 88 left.
Okay, so Detroit grabs Axel Sandin Pellikka. Again, best case, Shea Theodore. In 22 games, well, let's say in 7 games in the under 18, he had 2 goals, 11 points. It's pretty impressive. 5'11", 176 pounds. Right shot defenseman. Good pick for Eisman. They're still talking about him now.
What's impressive to me about
and he was ranked much higher than Detroit's other pick at number 9 when they got Danielson back there.
If there's anything that's fitting, it's the Detroit Red Wings and a Swedish defenseman. I'm curious, how much influence did Nicholas Lidstrom have on this pick?
Really, to be honest, none. Nick, not only Nick Lidstrom, Nick Cronwell. The reason why is Nick couldn't get here. His flight got canceled. I think he's still driving to Detroit as we speak here. He couldn't make it from New York here. So, but we have Nick Cronwell and Nick Lidstrom in Sweden. Obviously, Håkan Andersson's been scouting for us in Sweden a long time, as well as Thomas Karlsson. They're all there watching in Sweden. You've probably seen him play a little bit. He's a smart defenseman. He passes the puck well. He skates well. So he's in the mold of some of those good Swedish defensemen we've had in the past.
Thanks very much, Steve. I hope he makes it to Detroit.
I would hope so, too. He's important. I don't want to lose him.
Thank you.
All right, so that was number 17, Steve Eisman. Number 18.
Let's get an interview with Eisenman.
Maybe we'll have the busiest offseason.
All right, Winnipeg.
GM and already
Winnipeg is next. 18th overall.
He's got to concern himself, though, with the 18th overall pick. So what we see in store. Well, hold on. We're going to get to the Jets in a minute, but first let's get you back down to the floor.
Trade?
Thanks, David. Well, Axel, when you
no. She's just talking to the player. Okay. Give me a trade. I want this to go off just once. Just one time. One time. Anyway, okay. Any talk? Is there any? Are you happy with the draft so far? No, it's boring. That's on Twitter. Was asking me about that, and I replied. Just so you know. Yeah. We find anything here? No. No rumors. No nothing. Okay, let's hear about this player that Detroit just picked here.
4 really good pieces, including a couple of younger players. I follow super serviceable. Velarde, really good player with his 23 goals last year. I like what they were able to do with an asset that didn't want to be there anymore in Pierre-Luc Dubois.
All right, well, let's get you down to the stage. Again, it's the Winnipeg Jets. Their only first-round pick, number 18 overall. Remember, they lost to the Vegas Golden Knights in 5 games in the first round, looking to bounce back quickly. We'll see what they have at 18.
On behalf of the Winnipeg Jets, I'd like to thank the city of Nashville for tremendous events. I'd love to congratulate David Poile for a tremendous
Winnipeg.
career. Thank you very much for all your mentorship.
What do you got for us, Winnipeg? All right.
I also would like to say hello to all our fans back at Canada Life Center and our draft barbecue.
Barbecue. Oh.
Winnipeg Jets are proud to select from Owen Sound of the OHL, Colby Barlow.
Colby Barlow? Colby Barlow, ranked number 15 overall by the Hockey News. Left winger, shoots left, 6 foot, 190 pounds. He's compared to Jamie Benn. He's from Aurelia, Ontario. Let's listen to see what they have to say about him.
I love it. I love this player. I mean, I love the leadership that he brings to the table, the intangibles that he brings to the table. Of course, you've got that great goal scoring ability. He didn't show well at the under 18s because he was dealing with a right hip flexor and probably at some points shouldn't have been playing. But he wanted to play for his country. He wanted to gut it out, and he wanted to prove that, hey, this representing my country is extremely, extremely important to me. Playing in a good program in Owen Sound, 30 goals in his rookie year, 46 this year, 76 goals over a 2-year span. There's nothing to sneeze at.
And Chuck, you'll like this. You're a Harvard guy. Well, this is the CHL Scholastic Player of the Year, so he's got some brains too. How much do you factor that in? You want the full package.
Oh, he's got a beard now too. He's got the mustache and the whole beard.
It shows him he's dedicated to everything in his life. And, it's an exciting pick for Winnipeg. Last year, grabbing McGroarty and Lambert, but McGroarty can score. This kid can score. Obviously, they've Connor, Buffetti, Ehlers, guys that can score, but they have a lot of skill in Winnipeg. This is a good young player.
And Jason, you got a smile. You're liking this as well.
I love this. I'm telling you right now, Mark Hillier absolutely didn't expect for this kid to drop in his lap at this stage of the draft. This could be the future captain of the Winnipeg Jets, face of the franchise type of guy. That's how great his character is. He cares about his teammates. He cares about community. He leads by example. 76 goals the last couple of years in the Ontario League. Just an elite player. Really happy for Winnipeg.
Do you think character played a big role here, guys? Remember what Rick Bowness said after they were eliminated. He said 7 times no pushback. 7 times in the post-game news conference. He said, I'm disgusted, I'm disappointed. He was venting a little bit. But is this a guy who can maybe help change a little bit of whatever problems might exist there in culture?
Well, I think down the road, there's no question he's going to have a presence in the locker room in Winnipeg, and a guy who's going to be so appreciative of this opportunity that I see him being the long-term type of player for this organization.
Yeah, we can't discount that, Chuck. There are certain franchises in the league that you want to draft the best player available, no questions asked, but you also want to try and forecast the fit in your community. Is this guy going to be a Winnipeg Jet for a long period of time? I believe he will be. I think that's the other side of this ledger that gave them a lot of confidence here in this slot.
That's what's always been a battle in Winnipeg, as we all know, and to find these guys that can come in, play well, and want to be there is really important.
Wow, he looks like he's got like a hard 5 o'clock shadow beard going.
I thought it was a great line, actually.
Just like he's just been on a big drinking bender. and he's got a big character guy. Okay, I'll shut up and listen to him.
He's sitting on 29 goals. The entire game, they're trying to get him the puck to get him to that 30-goal mark. This guy stands up in the bench in the middle of the game and says, hey, stop passing me the puck. 30 goals doesn't matter. We got to go win this hockey game. He ends up recording 15 shots on goal, the last being the overtime winner to get to number 30. Can you imagine a 16-year-old looking down a bench of 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds and saying, stop giving me the puck, we got to win this game? That's the type of character that this guy brings to the table. That's why he's the captain and the youngest one in Owen Sound franchise history.
Yeah, draft eligible players, 5th most goals available. We're still waiting for Gabe Perreault to find a team, but Colby Barlow has a team, and he's with Archambault.
Interesting player for Winnipeg.
That you wanted to be an NHLer one day. What does it mean?
Good, decent size. I actually might listen to this interview.
Oh, it's just incredibly special. I mean, it's hard to put this into words. I mean, it's something you've been dreaming about your entire life, and for it to happen, especially to a Canadian team, it's pretty incredible.
And credit to your parents too for keeping the crew on the Dragons from kindergarten. Does that surprise you or no?
My mom saves everything, so it doesn't at all.
They were talking the panel about how you're the Scholastic Player of the Year, youngest captain in Owen Sound history. What kind of leader are you?
I like to lead by example.
Hidden talent could grow a beard at age 7.
10% on and off the ice. Just be a good person first and foremost, and it'll take you a long way.
Well, Colby, congratulations. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you so much.
David?
All right, so there it is. Colby Barlow, now a member of the Winnipeg.
Good for Winnipeg.
And, all smiles there. And I
looks like a guy who might stay there too, which is important as well.
Faces, right? It's probably relief, but it's also excitement, pure excitement as we wait for the Chicago Blackhawks to be back on the board at 19. Can you speak to that? Because Sam, you're around these prospects so much. Just the emotion that they're feeling.
And there would be a lot of emotion because this young man.
Okay, Blackhawks at number 19.
Progress his career in minor hockey.
Still some really good players. Oliver Moore still available. Edward Sale. Sale.
Let's get you down to
Sal? Sale.
Kevin, I've heard a lot of really good things about this guy.
Sales number 11 by the Hockey News. 7, 11.
Yeah, he's a hard-nosed player and someone that has a tremendous.
I want to hear what Cheveldayoff has to say about him too here.
If you watch the playoffs, that's the type of players that help you win championships.
All right, ask Craig Conroy the same question. There's been a lot of talk around Winnipeg. Do you have anything hot cooking right now?
We just picked Colby Barlow. That's real hot.
Thanks very much, Kevin.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a great answer. I love Elliot's doing his best. That's a great answer, Sam.
So you guys are going to appreciate this. If you're a young player out there, you're about to go into your draft here, don't grow the full beard, okay? Colby Barlow had the full beard all year long. Why? Hey, what do you mean don't grow the full beard? Scouts look at you and they say, you know what? This guy is maxed out in terms of his growth. Colby Barlow, didn't matter to him. He had that full beard the whole season long. But if you're out there watching, don't grow the whole thing. Keep nice and tight. Keep it clean shaven. That way you'll trick scouts into thinking that maybe you're not at your full growth potential.
All right, a little less fanfare for Kyle Davidson.
Interesting. Bit of insight there from the Sky about growing beards. Okay, here we go.
A couple of years ago. Against Chicago on the board. They only had 11% chance of winning.
Chicago.
They won the lottery, and now here they
Number
are.
19.
First round pick.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
With the 19th pick in the NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are very proud to select Oliver Moore from the U.S. National.
There we go. Oliver Moore, the highest ranked player not picked so far by the Hockey News. Again, center, shoots left, 5'11", 188 pounds.
You want a great skater, you got one in all of
They compare him to Dylan Larkin.
Arguably the best skater in this class.
Yeah, I'd say
Ranked
right up
number
there,
8
best
among
player
North
for sure.
American
And a
skaters.
Really interesting guy because I challenged him a little bit at the combine about having fast feet and maybe not having quite the hands to match that. So he recognized that. We had a good chat about it, and I talked to his trainer today, and it was interesting what he had to say about things because they're using 3 different techniques that they think will work to help him process the game a little quicker. They're going in the cold tub and forcing him to do math complications there, math formulations. So your body's racing 100 miles, you're sitting in the cold tub, slow the brain down, do the math. Then go into the sauna, nasal breaths, 100 of them, really difficult to do. And the last thing is diving sticks in a pool with different variations about those diving sticks, throwing them into the pool using one breath to pick them all up. Again, your mind is going 1,000 miles a minute. You want your body to slow down. And that's exactly the type of thing that I challenged him on and the thing that he's working on. There's no question his speed plays.
For me, when I watch this kid play all year long, guys, if he would have been centering the top line at the U.S. National Team Development Program, he would have had another 25 or 30 points by the end of the season. He was in the 2-hole at the Worlds. He outscored the big line himself. Those 3 guys at the elite tournament, he scored the most amount of points against the best
Another
teams
center.
in the
2
tournament.
really good
It says
picks
something. Speed,
for
tenacity,
Chicago, obviously,
he's a
with Bedard.
2-1 projection to play in all situations.
Chuck, how much has skating, the fact that GMs covet skating more? I know that sounds like a ridiculous question, but it's so much a bigger part. Speed is so much a bigger part of the game than it was 15 years ago. It seems where physicality was a bigger part. How much has that changed the dynamic of selecting players?
Well, the game is just so fast now. The way we play it, we're moving pucks up the ice quickly. It's a track meet out there a lot of times. This guy may be the fastest guy in the draft, but again, smart players can find out where to go. If they're not the fastest, but boy, it's a fast game right now. You look at the teams that are successful in our league. This guy can fly.
Kind of have to go
Yeah, committed to the University of
to
Minnesota.
the bathroom.
Oliver
Next commercial
Moore
break,
goes
I might
19th
sprint to the bathroom.
Chicago. And Kyle Davidson are looking to get back to the postseason, and pretty good time for Oliver Moore because he'll be a teammate of Connor Bedard. That's not a bad thing at all. A lot of emotion here in Nashville. A lot of guys wanting to hug it out as their names are called. And it's been a lot of fun. But we're hitting Pick 20 with Seattle. Coming your way next from Nashville. More hugs
Okay.
on the way.
All right, here's the break. I'm going to be right back.
Nissan's electric vehicles run on a special kind of electricity, the kind that pushes you forward, marking the difference between an electric car and a truly electrifying one. And this is just the beginning.
Our time today is 6 hours, 54 minutes.
There are 200 people on this flight. If they try something, and then this plane goes down.
This is, I mean, the kids would love swings.
And a sandbox, play area.
It's perfect.
Yeah, but with the mortgage we're getting from our bank, could we even afford all this?
Well, with the money you could save with a better rate mortgage, you could probably do the whole yard. Can you imagine?
With Quest Mortgage, a great low rate means you can have more money for what matters most. Welcome to the new way to mortgage.
They say you're on a track, but to where? There are no pensions to count on, no promises anymore. There's got to be another way. You need someone looking out for you, managing your investments with lower fees, which can mean better returns. So down the road, the question isn't will you retire? It's how soon. Take hold of tomorrow and become up to 30% wealthier with a Quest Wealth Portfolio's RSP.
When the Martins booked their Verbal vacation home, they really weren't looking for much, just time with each other. But when they needed support, they could reach a real person.
Hey, and we're back.
That's what makes Verbal
Bam. Okay, sorry. Nature called. And we're back from commercial, too. Perfect timing. Look at that.
Back 7-8 years ago, when he first started working with skating coach Katie McDonough. He was a track star as a kid. He ran the mile in under 5 minutes in middle school. And initially, he was almost trying to skate like he ran. So Katie said they completely revamped his stride and built his technique block by block. Oliver used to bring in video of how Connor McDavid would skate and tell Katie, I want to skate like him. She would just say, hey, trust the process. And now you're hearing the comparisons to the skating styles after all the work he has put in. Katie is here tonight to support Oliver. Doesn't work with many NHLers, she says, but I've got a feeling.
That's what the chants, the booing from for Kyle Dubas was when he went to the podium for Pittsburgh. It was from Leaf fans chanting fraud. Huh. Here's a Kraken anyways coming up. Kraken at number 20.
Incredible run for them, and now they're going to be picking at 20. So let's get back down onto the stage, and Ron Francis ready for the Kraken.
Edward Sale, will they grab him? He's ranked number 11 by the Hockey News.
Seattle Kraken is proud to select from Cometa Bernard, Edward Chalet.
It is Edward Chalet. It's Chalet. Okay? That's how it's pronounced. 6'2".
Former NHLer Robert Cron, the director of scouting, making the pick, not Ron Francis. Picks Edouard Chalet, 20th overall.
Chalet, they pronounce it. From the Czech Republic. 6'2", 174 pounds, left winger. They compare him to Nichushkin from Colorado.
He's a guy who compares himself to Jonathan Huberdeau. He's a skilled player. I think back to the World Juniors. And
it's not very Nichushkin-like.
Last 10 minutes of the third period and overtime. This guy was engaged physically. He was making plays under pressure. He was finding open guys, taking shots. What I loved about that is I just bottled that. And you look at the rest of this year with some inconsistency, trouble getting minutes at the pro game, and you thought, if I can bottle that 10 to 15 minutes, I've got a player on my hands. And I think that's what Seattle looked at. And I think coming down the road here and getting an opportunity maybe to change his course a little bit in terms of being able to get more minutes this year, huge for his development.
Yeah, and he was a tough guy to scout for me because he started the season really, really well at the Holinka Memorial last year in Red Deer. And I mean, coming out of that event, if the draft happened in September, which it doesn't, he would have been a top 8 pick probably, like he was that good. It kind of cleaned out here and there through the course of the season. I like this detail at the World Juniors, though. It wasn't just offense, his own detail. At the end of the year, at the under-18s in Swiss, he carried a lot of the group with him, so he ended the season on a high as well. Listen, he's a crafty player, real good on the half wall. He's one of the few players in the draft that makes plays very well, forehand and backhand.
This is their third first-round pick. Matty Beniers, of course, the Rookie of the Year, second overall a couple of years
ago. Bruckenheimer is on stage
overall.
With the Kraken as well.
Another first-rounder here.
Not that I'm surprised, but you don't see him that often in public.
It's like such a different meeting that the power position has suddenly changed, right? They're grilling you and asking all these questions, and now it's like, all right, I need a new contract, right? Is that how you thought when you went on the stage a little bit, Chuck?
Yeah, absolutely. But this is a good pick for.
Well, the owners are at least very hands-on, it seems like,
second year in existence.
to a certain extent.
Get to the playoffs. Their American League team gets to Game 7 of the playoffs, and now they draft a high school kid like this.
There's an example of what I'm talking about, coming off the ball there, far down off the back end. Here he's going to go from the other side, takes one step, head up, and he's going to rip a puck here for a goal at the Worlds. I just, guys, if you're seeing a lot of these goals or a lot of these plays from inside the dots, inside the hash marks, I like that about it, okay? I like that about him. He's got that in him. He does. It's absolutely a ton of upside.
Still no trades. Still no trades.
All right, let's get down to the floor with Jeff Merrick.
Yeah, David, just a quick note.
America.
It looks as though, and I'm like 99.9% sure of this thing, that Chalet is going to go to the very Colts of the OHL next season. You guys talked about development. Sounds like that's the next step for this young man. And listen, you guys know Marty Williamson. He runs a really good program. So one of the best things for this young man going to the very Colts.
And this is a transition potentially time for the Seattle Kraken. They had a great year this year, but only 6 players are under contract for more than the next 2 seasons. So are you expecting them to be a little bit more involved, just trying to maybe get a bit more retention of players over the
Minnesota on deck next.
I think they will a little bit, but Ron's a very patient guy, Ron Francis, and they'll build this thing methodically. And again, they took a big step this year, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of shortcuts here. They have extra picks. They can trade for a couple of players, but they're going to make sure they build this out the right way.
The roster composition is fascinating to me, and I think that's something that's changed here. They are truly a 4-line team. They're a checking team. You don't have that giant 100-point superstar, but you have more of a 4-line approach here. A little bit different roster composition for Seattle.
All right, Ron Francis alongside Elliot Friedman.
You know what they're saying? They're saying that's the Ron Francis pick because there's similarities to Ron Francis.
Well, I mean, our head just got Robert Braun is from the Chessia, so knows the kid very well. We just think he's a big, slow guy. He can play the wing and play the middle, and we're setting that into our organization.
How long do you think he's away? How long do you think he is away? How much season do you think he is?
It's hard to say with these kids. I hate putting timelines on them, but we'll get them into development camp next week, get a closer read on them, and then we'll see where things going to go from there.
Thanks very much, Ron.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
All right, so Seattle off the board at 20 as they have their man, Edward Chalet. And next on the board, we can tell you the Minnesota Wild and their GM, Bill Guerin. And you're the former GM of Minnesota. Describe that hockey market, Chuck, because I don't know if we appreciate it for as great as it is.
Hey, Minnesota.
It's an incredible market.
Then Philly after
It's
that.
as close as you can get to Canada in the United States. The great thing about Minnesota is you have high school hockey. You don't have to move away from home to play. You can play with your local high school. You can get drafted. You can get a college scholarship. And it's really local based, which is great. So many of the programs now, it seems like they're the private programs. You have to move away.
Ask yourself.
And Minnesota
Will
does
the
it right. Hopefully they
taste
keep it
go
that way.
on?
And a little bit of pressure there as well. They haven't won a playoff series since 2015. Billy Guerin's not afraid to shake things up. We've seen a lot of moves he has made since he's taken over as GM. So let's hear it from the 4-time Cup.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate David Poyle on an amazing career. David, thank you for your friendship. Like Kyle said, being a mentor to so many young general managers out there, we appreciate everything you've done for us in the game. Also, a great thank you to the city of Nashville.
Is the highest. Andrew Cristal is the highest ranked Hockey News player still available.
Well hydrated and entertained.
He's a left winger. That's funny.
Minnesota Wild proudly select from the University of Wisconsin, Charlie Strammel.
Charlie Strammel.
Bill Guerin keeping it local because Charlie Strammel is from Rosemount, Minnesota. So they take the local kid who just played at Wisconsin, and what do they get in a player?
Oh, you should see this. His hair in this picture. Oh my! Look at that. That's him right there. Look at that. Look at that mop on that thing. Right shot center. 6'3", 212 pounds. This must be the heaviest guy. They compare him to Kevin Hayes.
I think he went to Wisconsin thinking that he was going to be a high-powered offensive guy. He hasn't turned into that yet. I do think
Ranked 39 by the Hockey News, so not in the first round.
Junior experience was really important for his development, recognizing that playing hard, heavy minutes and utilizing that process will help him offensively. I'll be fascinated to see how this guy turns out because
And he is from Minnesota, as they mentioned.
I think we're still waiting on that, maybe a late bloomer type.
Yeah, there's a lot of projection in this pick. There's no question. He's a big, powerful body, 6'3", 222. He's fine on straight lines. His skating actually came a long way, I have to say. Like from last summer to the end of the year.
At the World Juniors in 7 games, he had 3 points.
Here in April. So he's going to be able to extend plays for his line mates. That's good news. He can kill penalties, get in the lane, block some shots. The offense is a question mark. We'll see where it goes.
And there he is, the newest member of the Minnesota Wild. And he is a big rig. Because look at that. He's standing beside some big gentlemen. He's actually towering over them. And we'll see. We do need a new nickname. How many big rigs are there right now in the National Hockey League? Can we come up with something else? I like the idea of calling a big guy tiny. Why don't we do that anymore? We used to do that.
That's old school.
Yeah, that's old school. All right, so much more. We're 21 in and still 11 to go. And Craig Conway,
Philly is up next, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the GM of the Calgary Flames, Sam Honzik. We're going to be hearing from him. My goodness, look at the consternation there. We'll hear from Sam coming up next.
This game is for
This is the commercials. Oh,
you want the action to flow.
this is Breaking Bad.
Carrying the base pass. This is the game we all want to see.
I haven't seen this commercial.
Keep the defense on their toes. Feel like Ozzy.
His name escapes me at the moment, but I know him well. You know him. You know him, Doctor. He's doing a baseball commercial.
It's the best game in the world. Now it's even better.
Huh. It's not a betting commercial, just an MLB commercial. Anyways, the rest are Charlie Strammel. I think this is the heaviest. This could be the heaviest guy in the draft so far. So Strammel from Minnesota. I mean, he sounds like a bottom 6 guy. But yeah, center, right shot. Decent enough pick, I guess, but 39 ranked on the Hockey News list there. I know it's not the end all be all, the Hockey News, but they know stuff, right? Yeah, 22, Phillies coming up. Still no damn trades. Jesus. What do we got here? People in Winnipeg seem to be very happy with the pick of oh my god, of Barlow. They're all pretty excited about that, so I suppose that's good news. And yeah, Colby Barlow. Woo! Wow, pardon me. Okay, so the next so 1 through 16. Oh no, Andrew Cristal is still here. And now they're interviewing the Calgary Flame pick, Honzik. Do you want to hear this?
I could see myself or my life just flashing from my eyes. So
anyways, so yeah, maybe not. Andrew Cristal is the highest ranked player still available from Vancouver, BC. Very funny looking face. He's kind of funny looking, eh? Funny looking. For any of those of you who haven't seen Fargo, the movie, not the television series. That's him right there. Vancouver. Kind of funny looking, eh? Nice hair too. Anyways, yeah, 5'9", 167 pounds. Maybe one of the smallest so far. Oh, here we go. Phillies up. Phillies up. Phillies up. Their second pick in the first round.
And now the Philadelphia Flyers back on the board.
After picking 7th.
Back at 7.
And picking Michkov, yeah.
And now they have the 22nd overall selection as well. Let's hear from the Flyers.
Here we go.
With the 22nd selection, the Flyers are proud to select from the London Knights of the OHL, Oliver Bunk.
Oliver Bunk.
Big hugs all around. Oliver
ranked 25th overall by the Hockey News. He's a right shot defenseman, 6'2", 180 pounds. Best case scenario, they say, is Jake McCabe, formerly of Chicago, now the Toronto Maple Leafs. And he's from Ottawa, Ontario.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the path that these guys are taking now. Selected in the second round by the London Knights, and he ends up spending most of last year playing junior B hockey. And as a result of that, he's playing a ton of minutes, being really successful, being put in a ton of different situations, but still has the opportunity to practice, show up in 10 regular season games with the Knights, play in 7 playoff games, so that when he starts this season, he hits the ground running, 10 goals, 40 points, and I think there's huge growth potential in this player, not just physically, but his ability to play. Next year, he'll go back to London for Dale Hunter. He'll be playing all 2 minutes in the power play. He'll be playing a boatload of minutes in all kinds of situations, and I think his career is really about to take off as early as next year.
Yeah, this is a fantastic pick, guys. I mean, he's a pro. You know, like his approach, he's a pro type of young man, similar to a lot of the guys in this first round, to be perfectly honest with you. But right shot D, he does it all. Kills penalties, second unit power play. I don't think he's going to be anything more than a secondary scorer at best at the National Hockey League level, but he's one of the more physical guys in this first round, especially in the back end.
5th defenseman taken in the draft. And Chuck, I want to ask you, when you know that a guy has the pedigree,
it's kind of D-man I was hoping Toronto would grab.
Role play, like, okay, he's been there, he's been at rinks, he knows the game. How much do you factor that in before you select someone?
Well, it's a huge boost because you know the player's been around the game, and I'm so old. I remember scouting his dad before we drafted it.
Is that Reddick Bonk's?
I remember watching Reddick Bonk, but
that is wow.
He's been around the game. He has a good feel for it. He has somebody in his dad who he can ask questions and lean on, and will probably help him a lot along the way.
So there it is, Oliver Bonk out of the London Knights. He was born in Ottawa while Radek was a member of the Senators, and he's taken 22nd overall. Again, the 5th defenseman, a very center-heavy draft, a very forward-heavy draft, but there are a number of great defensemen here, including Oliver Bonk.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at some of his highlights here. So this is what I'm talking about. He bodies up. He's hard to escape. Like, he's around you. He's got an active stick. He can lean on you, and then he can still corral things. This is a great little play. Look at that. That's Chase Stillman, first-round pick to the New Jersey Devils. He pokes it off his stick. Look at those end-to-end almost here. Little drop pass. Sees it, zips it home. He's a little bit more than everything really well. I mean, I just don't see him doing a lot of that at the NHL level because he's not going to have to. He's going to be a minute muncher in your top 4. He's going to match up, kill penalties, do some heavy lifting.
His dad. Oh. Show pictures of his dad.
Let's hear from
Pee-wee or something.
Oliver drafting the first round of the Philadelphia Flyers, and you join your dad now as an NHL.
Let's hear this one. It's about his dad.
Are there
I think interesting.
You not necessarily just as players, but even as we'll show you, maybe with hairstyles.
Yeah, I think we both give 100% when we're out there all the time, and I think both defensive specialists. I think that's what we have in common.
What influence has he had on your career thus far?
It's been huge. I wouldn't be here without him. Every lesson I learned pretty much from him, so he's the reason why I'm here, and I owe a lot to him.
Okay. Whose hair is better? Yours or your dad?
I'm gonna have to say him. He's got a lot more flow. He had to go for a longer time, so I'll still give it to him.
And just lastly, how do you fit into the Philadelphia Flyers DNA?
I think they're a hardworking team, and they're willing to do whatever they can to win. So I think I'm ready to do that. I think I'm ready to win some games.
Well, congratulations and all the best. Here's Kyle.
All right, Carol. Yes, alongside the father, Radek Bonk. So your son was just saying, despite his great look for tonight, he still believes you have the better hair of the family. Was there a better way for him to honor you than going with the mullet on draft?
Oh yeah, that's. I have to agree though. Mine was way better. Like it was a sick salad, but you know what? I'm so happy for him. It's
it was a sick salad. I love. They're interviewing his dad, Reddick Bonk. If you remember him from Ottawa.
He said he owes.
That's great. He looks like an old mafia hitman right now.
Process in his draft year.
Well, I was drafted 29 years ago, so it was way different. We didn't have interviews or gold mine and stuff. So, but I just told him, just enjoy it. You're gonna be looking back on this for a long time, and you know what? I'm sure he's gonna remember it for the rest of his life. So, so happy for him.
Congratulations to you and the whole family.
Thank you very much,
David.
We got to trademark that. Sick salad. He has a sick salad. I love
sick
that.
Salad, yeah.
Listen, we've seen this before, and you heard Chuck talk about the importance of drafting young men who understand the game and understand all the complexities on and off the ice. And there it is, Radek Bonk, Oliver Bonk, joining these other first-round fathers and sons that we've seen. And we're still waiting. There's actually some more pedigree there to be chosen. The New York Rangers are actually on the clock, and it looks like they're ready to make their selection at 23 overall.
Okay, yeah, Rangers. Here we go.
Let's hear from the Rangers.
23. Let's do it. The Rangers.
The New York Rangers are proud to select from the U.S. under-18 team, Gabriel Perreault.
Gabriel Perreault. There we go. Ranked 20th overall by the Hockey News. He is a right winger who shoots left, 5'11", 165 pounds. And the best case scenario, they compare him to David Perron as a possibility.
Loving what we're seeing as well as your son, Gabe Perreault, has just been taken 23rd overall by the Rangers. This guy put up absolutely ridiculous numbers.
From Sherbrooke, Quebec.
Well, let's see. Austin Matthews. Yeah. See you later. Taking over the all-time single-season mark for points in a season. Also broke the assist record. This guy is a playmaker extraordinaire. Now, you can see by his frame, he needs to add some strength, which he's already done. He needs to add some size. He's willing to put the work in, but he is so crafty and so shifty. He reminds me a little bit of Mitch Marner because you can't sleep on him on the backtrack. He's got a really good stick. But when he has the puck from the offensive side of things, you better be aware because he'll find a way, a seam, or a delay, or some way to get you the puck. I love his playmaking ability.
Suit of the day so far for me, guys. I don't know, that striped suit was fantastic. But listen, this kid here, you can't sleep on him ever. Like off the puck, on the puck. When he gets it, so the good things are happening in the offensive zone. So you have to stick with him. Man-on-man coverage in the defensive zone. You better not let this guy slide off you because when he gets it, he's creating offense. He's an elite stick.
Obviously,
looking for a
I'm
battery
surprised
now.
he was there. There's no name tag on the back of the jersey, so that could be a home run pick at 23. This is a high-skilled kid.
That's a good catch by you. You guys always are generally prepared. You want to make it a special time. What do you think happened?
I can't speak, but normally we would have 30 or 40 nameplates because you never know if you're going to trade for another first-round pick. But they were caught off guard.
Cost cuts. The upper deck room, they're already getting their hockey cards made. The top picks have been made. Many more.
Okay, we just got Rangers. Nashville's coming right after that. And we got commercials. Okay, green, purple. Gabe Perreault. Double R. And, right wing shoots left.
Quest Mortgage, stress-free, entirely online with your own dedicated advisor. Welcome to New Mortgage.
EAULT.
Get it because it pains you to your seat and takes you breath away. These items aren't just electric.
Gabe Perreault, okay. So Nashville's coming back after picking 15th overall. They got the 24th overall pick. And then St. Louis is after that, and their second pick as well. And they have three. St. Louis has 3 picks, and everyone on any podcast, hockey podcast you'd be listening to about St. Louis and their 3 first-round picks are saying there's no way Armstrong keeps all 3. No way. So we'll see. So far, he's picked 1, and they're shortly up. So I hope they're right, because that means we'll see a trade, but I don't know. We'll see how the narrative unfolds here. Oh, Tom Cruise movie.
Go to plan B. Okay, yes. What is that?
It's a cool stunt. They just basically showed a stunt.
You need your root beer?
I'm getting frozen root beer.
Yeah, okay. Commercial. So what's Twitter saying? Top remaining targets with the Leafs 8 picks away. Callum Ritchie, Gabe Perreault just went. Gavin Brindley, Andrew Cristal, Jaden Perron, Riley Height, Quentin Musty, Ethan Gauthier, Otto Stenberg, Tanner Mullendick, and Camden Price. Don't think Cristal will fall that hard. As I mentioned, Cristal is, ranked 12th overall by the Hockey News, and a small guy. Left winger, shoots left. Johnny Gaudreau type. I don't see the Leafs picking him. Anyways, Nashville, and we're back. Nashville's heading up to the podium.
Selection earlier in this draft, and here they are for the second time so far in this first round. Matthew Wood taken at 15, and they're approaching the stage. We have a little bit of time to at least speculate on what's going to happen here. But one thing, Chuck, really quickly, you just said no trades yet, and you kind of shrugged. What's going on? I don't know.
8 picks left. They're running a bit behind here.
Add a little spice, but it's pretty unusual. Maybe Elliot or Jeff can recall a draft where we haven't had a trade through the 23rd or 24th pick, so a little unusual, but I know there's dialogue going on. Maybe they'll be consummated later on.
Is that a challenge to the GMs? Come on, get busy, do something.
Absolutely, let's spice it up.
We could use a little spice, but we'll see what the Nashville Predators have to say with their second pick here in the first round at number 24.
Barry Trotz.
Thank you, Nashville. Now, to make our second pick in the first round, our captain, Roman Yossi, and legendary goaltender, Pekka Rinne. Up to you guys.
With 24th pick of 2023.
My God, they have a band up there.
Draft,
I'm gonna start cringing now.
Tanner Molendyke from Saskatoon. Welcome to Nashville, Tanner.
Oh, they just made fun of Carey Price, I think. Tanner Moldenite.
The Saskatoon Blade from McBride, BC. A lot of WHL players, they had already selected Matthew Wood earlier. And now they
Okay, he's ranked 48th overall by the Hockey News. There's now a cat in the room, by the way. Left shot D, 5'11", 182 pounds. They compare him to Mackenzie Weegar from Kamloops, BC. Let's listen in.
They sat him down and said, listen, here's what you need to be. Don't worry about it. Continue with the good process. This is a character guy.
He's got some flow, too.
BC, a tiny little town. He's got that McBride pride going
There you go.
And there's a little
The flow's even bigger now, so that's him right there.
The principal asked him, hey, there's a lot of garbage here near the residential area. Like, what's going on? They're starting to complain about it. This guy says, well, what's the problem? I'll just go over there with a garbage bag and I'll clean everything up. So he's got that type of character to him. He's got some small town. Look at his face. This guy's a warrior. 7 or 8 times he's been hit in the face. He's blocking shots, high sticking guys, giving high sticks. He's that type of player. What sticks out most about his game, he's an excellent skater, an elite skater who's going to be able to retrieve pucks, move them quickly, make a good first pass. I don't think he's the type of guy you have to lean on to create offense.
He does a lot of little things.
He looks bigger than he is,
He's like
but I'm sure he'll fill out
He can lead the rush.
more.
He can distribute. He can come as an extra layer. He can walk the offensive blue line with the man advantage. I think he's a distributor overall more than a shooter for sure. Spatially, the bending, he's active. He's not shy to body up. Like, he'll body up and take the man down low in his zone.
And this was the 24th pick, courtesy of the Matthias Ekholm trade. So they traded away a great defenseman to Edmonton, and they're hoping they're drafting a great defenseman out of 24 here from the WHL. And by the way, it's worth noting that it was Barry Trotz making the pick, and he's the new GM.
Okay, St. Louis up next.
It's out here, just very, the vibe picked up as soon as they were on the board. And I think they're going to love this guy by all accounts.
Yeah, the Saskatoon Blades.
Hit that thumbs up for me if you haven't already. Subscribe as well. Appreciate it. And I promise my voice won't crack again. Maybe for the rest of the show.
Really developing players. And Molendyke was a guy who
Let's listen to what they're saying about Molendyke here.
Priester met with him on several different occasions and thought, you know what, maybe this is a guy that we can coerce to come to Saskatoon, and it's worked out perfectly well. Look at the skating ability. In the zone, out of the zone, around you go, finally finding an opportunity to put it into the back of the net. That great skating ability with a little touch of offense, but knowing that he can play with some bite in his game, a lot of elements that I like.
100%. That was actually that clip right there is very impressive. Like when he went 10-2 on the zone exit, if anybody wants to rewind the tape,
St. Louis.
you're gonna look at him. His shoulders are still fronting the play, like he's
second or third
looking up
picks.
ice, although he's moving sideways. It was a really cool sequence.
All right, the new GM of the Nashville Predators, Barry Trotz, alongside our LA Freeman.
First draft as a general manager. Has it gone how you expected?
It has. There's a lot of unpredictability, which we saw obviously in the first round. Yeah, absolutely. It's been wonderful. Our fans have been outstanding. It's really interesting because, the board, some teams are all over the board, which we knew it would be. It's such a deep draft, and it's going to be preference. So we got our preference, and so we're really happy.
There were a lot of hot rumors today about the Predators. How hard did you try to move up?
Well, I've been trying probably last 2-3 weeks, but I really think the comfort level with especially the front end of the draft, they were very, very secure in that. And then there was such a good group of players in the next batch that we knew we were going to get one or two of them. So we clearly have.
Thanks very much, Perry. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And there's Barry Trotz. Chuck, can you speak to that? How frustrating is it? Because there was that idea and knowledge there that this was a good deep draft. No one wants to be the guy who traded away a pick to eventually.
Andrew Cristal is still available.
Hall of Famer, etc.
Ranked 12th overall.
Again, you don't see teams trading back all that often, or unless you're maybe trading for a player like Ottawa did last year in the break it, but you don't often see teams trading back, especially in a great draft like this. I guarantee you every scout is telling their GM, there's a great player here, let's stay and get this player. And that's what we've seen happen. Again, we haven't seen anybody move up or move down, never mind trade for a player.
So a little bit inactive, a little surprising.
Yeah, but maybe it speaks to the quality of this draft. And I think we're going to look back in a few years, and I'm not sure if it's 2003, but it might be as good as 2015. So this is a good draft.
And a lot of good names still on the board, isn't there, Sam, as St. Louis makes their way to the podium for a second time?
Yeah, plenty of good players available. There's still
St. Louis is picking.
I think need to come off the board. Obviously, forwards, the center position.
Haven't been able to trade it away.
This draft really coming to the fore today. That's why we haven't seen the type of movement we expected.
All right, well, St. Louis has the 25th pick. This courtesy of the Toronto Maple Leafs. This was part of the Ryan O'Reilly trade at the trade deadline. St. Louis also has the 29th pick, courtesy of the Tarasenko trade. So we'll be seeing a lot of the Blues. They already picked 10th overall with Dallas.
St. Louis Blues are pleased to select Otto Stenberg for Orlando, Sweden.
Otto Stansberg.
All right, at 10, they took Dali Dvorsky, a forward, and here at 25, they take another forward. This time, it's Otto Stenberg from Sweden.
Yes, I got a lot of love for this guy. Great bookends to the season. When JB and I were out in Red Deer watching him at the Holinka, we were impressed with his ability to play a solid two-way game. Now, there was times that there were ebbs and flows throughout the season when going back to Sweden. But again, back at the end of the year, absolutely brilliant at the under 18. 16 points there, left everyone with a real good taste in their mouth afterwards. I think you're looking at a
still haven't found this guy.
Provide a little bit more offense down the road than maybe would be expected than what we saw at the start of the year.
Captain of the U18 team in Sweden. This guy's a bulldog as well. Ryan Leonard, he gets after it in all three zones, and he's aggressive with the puck. He rips pucks from all over the offensive zone, and he's first on the puck more often than not. This is an outstanding fit. I'm taking a look at what the Blues are doing here.
He's not ranked.
Now Stenberg in the middle. You can see the trajectory of the franchise with these two players going forward.
You guys seem pretty excited about this pick, and this is a 25th overall pick. That's
one of my favorite guys in this draft class as well. This kid's an excellent player.
Three-time captain internationally. I think that speaks volumes.
28. Okay, I might have missed him somehow.
Around the puck, creating a lot of shots. Had a little bit more.
There we go.
In that 5 days
okay, centerman.
Finding the back of the net, but then you go to the end of the year, and they were going in and drove 16 points.
Left shot 5'11", 180 pounds. Ranked number 6 among international skaters. They compare him to Philip Heindl of the Carolina Hurricanes.
Really good.
Or is that Rangers?
Of the Swedish players. When at the start of the year, I don't know if we projected this many Swedes to go in round one.
What I like about this real quick, DA, is that on your worst day, when the puck's not going in the net for you, he does all the other stuff. Like his feet doesn't fall off. There's no sulk. There's no slouch. He's going to block a shot. He's going to eat a puck on the penalty kill. He's going to do all those other things when he's not scoring.
Which you need, right? Because the puck's not always going to be going in for you. And, give us a little bit more of a scouting report here on what we can expect, because he's not going to be probably on the Blues next year, but certainly in a couple of years, we can expect to see him in the blue and white.
That little handle there, he knocked the puck down in the middle of the ice. It was like a lob through the middle and corralled it. This play here, watch this real closely. He's smart enough on the zone entry to recognize he's going to be challenged. He creates space with his reach, goes across the seam. That little play when he had the puck way out made him hard to defend there. That was a really little slick play. Backdoor, one-timer. Listen, he's got an elite release. I can't understand it. I keep saying it. That's just what he does.
And he has 2 Michigans this year as well, which we're not showing there. Let's get you down to the floor with Jeff Merritt.
You know what? There may not be a better team, DA, in the NHL at doing rebuilds on the fly than the St. Louis Blues. And you look at what happened last year. Didn't make the playoffs. Ryan O'Reilly got traded to Toronto. Vladimir Tarasenko goes to the New York Rangers. Ivan Barbashev goes to the Vegas Golden Knights. In return, they get a player by the name of Zach Dean from Gatineau. Had a wonderful year in the QMJHL. But if you look at all the forwards, and we've just seen 2 more forwards now.
Thanks for thumbs up, guys. Appreciate it.
And Dvorsky. You have Jimmy Snuggerud from the University of Michigan. You have Jake Neighbors, who's about this close to making the NHL as well. You have Joel Hofer, the netminder, who this year will be the backup in the St. Louis Blues organization. Doug Armstrong, really smartly, really quietly, has repopulated the pipeline for the St. Louis Blues, and today's another couple of chapters in this rebuilding book for the Blues.
Yeah, in fact, they're going to have a 3rd first-round pick coming up. And last time they had 3 first-round picks was 2007. Lars Zeller,
again,
and David Perron.
Everyone was saying there's no way he would use all 3 picks. So
with those 3 players, so.
Doug Armstrong, I'm talking about.
But next up, it is the San Jose
Please
Sharks.
don't forget to subscribe too, folks. Appreciate it.
Will Smith, 4th overall. Mike Berry getting a little info from his son to help make that pick, maybe. Here we are, San Jose at 26, and this is
San Jose's up.
Meyer trade with New Jersey that they picked up this draft selection. By the way, it's worth noting Timo Meyer an 8-year deal, so it's working out maybe for both clubs here. Here's the futures for San Jose.
Cristal, still available. He's small. Is it a coincidence he's the smallest guy in the draft?
Sharks are in a situation where Mike Beer has had full control of the draft from the start of the year on. You remember he came in at the end of the year last year. So
no, second smallest maybe. I think there's a 5'7" guy here.
Definitely has full control of it this year.
All right, let's get back down to Carolyn.
With Otto, the newest member of the St. Louis Blues, you got to play with Joel Lundqvist in his final
There's a
season
5'8".
back home in Sweden, and he has a special message.
5'8's the smallest so far.
Hi, Otto. This is Joel Lundqvist. Big congrats to the draft here today. It was really fun playing together in Colombia. Now I'm really looking forward to follow your career moving on here.
Oh, missing some messages here all of a sudden. Manning.
Thank you so much.
What's up? Otto Stenberg. Some had him at 29. Yeah.
He was the first player.
Yeah, Hockey News at 28. That's close, yeah. Who are you taking if you're the Leafs? Some has Cristal ranked as high as number 12. Yeah, Hockey News has him as has him as 12 as well. If I'm the Leafs, Quentin Musty. That happened fast. San Jose. I'll get back to you there, Manning.
This name
Musty.
Very familiar to a lot of people.
Quentin Musty. There he goes. Ranked number 17th overall by the Hockey News. He's a left winger, left shot, 6'2", 200 pounds from New York. Playing in Sudbury. They compare him to Pavel Buchnevich. Interesting. Here they are. Let's talk about him.
You're getting the potential to hit a home run with this pick. But one thing that sticks out about him, analytics people will really like the fact 50 even strength primary points. So a guy who wasn't just collecting points in the power play, but a big factor in what a lot of what Sudbury's offense had to accomplish this year. Derek McKenzie came in November.
Okay.
The head coach.
You're looking at the Hockey News too. Cool.
From that point
Yeah,
on,
this is my
64 points in
little runaway here.
McKenzie challenged him to be more physical, to increase better awareness in his play away from the puck, and to pay attention more defensively. As a result of that process, He ends up with those
Definitely
64
no
points
shot.
in 44 games. But the even strength primary points, something analytics people look at, he was one of the best in this draft class with 50 of them.
Yeah, I mean, look at him, guys. He's a big body. He's got fantastic hands. Fantastic hands. I'm with you, Sammy. Like the back half of the season, I really appreciate the detail. His effort on and off the puck went to a different level, but his detail, like how to position yourself properly, how to track back and be more active in the defensive zone, use your size to get in the lanes, all these little tangibles, Derek McKenzie got in his head and did a great job. And Matt is now assistant coach here at Bruno Nashville, starting next year under Trotson.
And his walk-up song was Flashing Lights, and he's hoping to light the red light quite a bit out in San Jose. He's not even 18 yet. I mean, he's a
Leafs pick.
Over 200 pounds, and he turned 18 in 8 days. So, and Mike Brewer saw that shrinking by. Like, look at this is bizarre to me. Is Mike Brewer getting smaller, or what's happening here?
He's a big boy. There's no doubt.
So there it is.
6'2". So who's on deck here? Colorado. Leafs. I just hope they pick someone who's nasty. Be it a forward or defenseman. Maybe I prefer a defenseman, but best pick overall. To be honest, I moved a little over a month ago, so and I went from the mainland to the island in BC, and it was a big move with a kid, first time with a kid, and I just haven't had the same amount of time to really fully dive into the prospects that I usually do, or to some degree anyway. So I don't really have a name for you that comes off the top of my head, but nasty. That's what I want. I want a player who plays hard, preferably a defenseman. But let's sort of a Tom Wilson type. That's sort of what I want. We'll see. We'll see what's available. I know we're getting a little late now. I don't know how available that kind of player will be. But yeah. What about you? Oh, Manning, that's right, from Crasham. Thank you for joining me today. That sounds so. Thank you for joining me today. Thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it. All right. We got some of my fantasy hockey brothers with us in the chat now. That's fantastic. I'm still waiting for a trade. As the announcers were saying, I guess that's that goes to how deep this draft is and how nobody was not even interested in moving down. There was always someone that a team saw as highly valuable. So there haven't been as much trades. We knew Nashville was really trying to move down desperately. That hasn't happened at all. And every analyst has said that St. Louis was going to do something with at least one of their 3 picks, and we're 3 picks away from their 3rd pick, and still no trades. So, we'll see how that goes. And we're back.
July 1st, Sportsnet Hockey Insiders are going to break down all the latest on Hockey Central sign-in season. Saturday, 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific on Sportsnet.
Yeah, ditto there, Manning. Yeah.
We have 26 picks.
Yeah, for sure.
Colorado Avalanche have 2 of the final 5 or 6 picks here. At 27, they're going to be selected.
Yeah, it's not like I don't want skill. I just want a nice mix, On deck again, yeah, Colorado. They're talking about the most valuable guys still left. Richie, Edstrom, Guliev, Dragicevic, Brindley, Halututun. I'm probably murdering those pronunciation of those names.
They have a 3rd or 4th round pick. They do have 2 first-round picks, so that's good news for them as they'll be picking 31st overall. They got that from Montreal recently with the
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Going to the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, with Trotz.
Let's
Yeah.
see what's going here. It's going to be a
exactly.
a little bit in Colorado, guys. 8 UFAs, 3 RFAs, so it's going to look very different than that championship.
Okay, Colorado's on the stage.
Let's hear what they have to do. Again, their first pick here with Chris McFarland.
Don't forget to subscribe, folks. Really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Here we go.
Colorado Avalanche are proud to select from Oshawa, Callum Ritchie.
Callum Ritchie. This is a name that sounds quite familiar. There we go. Ranked 24 by the Hockey News. Best case scenario, Nick Suzuki, according to them. He's a right shot centerman, 6'2", 285 pounds, from Brampton, Ontario. This sounds like a guy maybe the Leafs could have grabbed. Let's see what they have to say about him.
Big power forward. This is the type of guy that when you go to
the Leafs wanted.
Like, he's not going to follow you necessarily.
I'm sure that threw a wrench into their plans there.
We're going to look now. He's getting 3 points tonight, a goal and 2 apples, whatever it was, right? It's unbelievable. He produces points. He was over a point a game, played injured the whole year. Some of his best hockey guys came at the Worlds at the end of the year when he was really hurting, right? Yeah. So it tells me a lot about his character, about his drive, about his push through. And, hey, he just produces offense, and he's big. He's real big.
Nice to see him without the sling on, which is where we saw him in Buffalo at the Combine. That's come off here. I know his buddy Nick Lardis, who expects to go here in the first round, if not early on day number 2. They're teasing him with some golf games he's unable to play in. The other thing that strikes me about this guy is, again, these guys are underdeveloped. While he has good height and still playing at a decent weight, he's got a lot of room to put strength onto that frame. What's he going to look like moving forward here? What is he going to play at?
He looked like something the Leafs would have really wanted to get their hands on.
He was first on my list of still available, and here we go.
A bigger version of Nick Suzuki. I'll take that any day.
His brother Ethan is a D-man with the Kingston Frontenac. So, again, we see a lot of that. Siblings playing, siblings both getting drafted in many cases as well. So, hockey runs deep in many families. And mom's a teacher. She's got to like this. He's learned his game both in the classroom and on the ice.
You know, I think at the start of the year, you could have safely projected that this guy was going to be a top 10 pick, going back to his 16-year-old year. Then you watch them at the Halinka Gretzky again.
There we go. There's some footage.
You really notice it until you look at the box score again. The ability to transport the puck will go up top, work through traffic just a little bit. Now it's Ritchie working on the strong side, little curl and drag. Everybody's doing it these days, goes to the short side. Again, here working on the power play. I'll just take it to the dot and let it go top shelf. Good screen.
Good shot, too. Leafs on the clock. Yeah, Leafs are next.
That's inspiration never hurts.
That's the part I really like, that they look up to these future great players and loving every moment of it. Now they themselves find themselves as NHLers. Let's take you back down to Carolina.
Grew up idolizing Steven Stamkos. Now you can say that you're going to be teammates with Nathan McKinnon. How does that sound?
Yeah, it's unreal. He's obviously a player that I try to model myself after. And
okay, player interview. No one cares. Leafs on the clock. Who do we have here? That's large, mean, and a right shot defenseman. Who? What about Lukas Dragicevic, which I'm butchering. Actually born in Richmond, British Columbia. 6'1", 190 pounds. Best case scenario, they say he's a Thomas Chabot type. That might not be a bad pick for the Leafs. Riley Height, a centerman. Left shot, 5'10", Riley Height from Saskatoon. Best case scenario, Martin Necas. Yep, that's a decent pick as well, for sure.
He was going to be a star.
Oh, here we go.
We gave him the final word. Clearly, he was onto something. The Avalanche would agree. And now we go back to David Amber and the 2020.
Here we go. Traveling's on the move. Ultimate Warriors on the floor.
To make his first selection as the GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs. So, he's into a pressure. He left a pressure cooker in Calgary and into another pressure cooker with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Very curious to see
as the Leafs are about to take the
who he picks.
It's nice to see him on the floor because from everything that I understood in this press conference yesterday, he said he couldn't walk down on the floor until after Calgary picked at 16. So he was able to hunker down there at pick 17 and get into a seat and get comfortable. Now the opportunity to get something done here for the
Toronto Maple Leafs.
I thought this might be a trade back scenario. Obviously, that's not going to be the case here. They have someone in mind, someone they've identified. Let's see who it is.
All right. Again, this was part of the Washington trade for Rasmus Sandin. So
well, he walked to the podium with purpose. So that's good news.
Pick. So how much pressure, Chuck, does that put on a team when it's like all our eggs are in one draft basket here?
Yeah, definitely puts pressure. But on the other hand, you don't have a lot of picks. At least you have your first, and you're hoping you can draft a really quality guy to put in the system. And And, they've traded some picks in the last couple of years. So this is a big pick for them.
Yeah, so here we go. The Toronto Maple Leafs on the board. Brad Shea Living and the rest of the Maple Leafs Sport and Entertainment.
All right.
Ready to make the Leafs selection at number 28. Let's take a look and a listen.
Listening. There's a lot of people on the floor there. It's like 16.
Just wanted to thank the city of Nashville for some great hospitality. Thank Billy Garrett for the open bar bill at Tootsie's all week. And we'd like to congratulate and thank David Poyle. He's been a mentor to many of us, and congratulations on a great career. To make our selection, I'll call up our head scout, Russ Clark.
Toronto selects from the London Knights, Easton Cowan.
Easton Cowan. London Knights.
Easton Cowan is the latest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Another London Knight goes in the draft.
Well, look where he's sitting, guys. That tells you everything you need to know. You have to search around to find this guy because it's unexpected that he goes here. But a deep dive will tell you that this guy is a gritty, tenacious player. His playoffs.
I like that so far.
21 points in 20 games. I had a chance to stop him at the combine right at the very end in the hallway, and this guy was locked into doing his work there. So he gave me a couple of good answers. But again, we talked about Oliver Baum, London Knights, playing in Junior B. Easton Cowan followed that same path, but while he was playing Junior B, practicing with the London Knights, and that playoff year, that grit, that tenacity, when it's most difficult to produce points, he did so at over a point per game pace in the playoffs. A guy I know, JB, you're familiar with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This guy was an absolute riser in the second half. There's a little bit of a coincidence here, isn't it? Like Mark Hunter's London Knights and the Toronto Maple Leafs. But what you look for out of this guy, trust. You trust this process. You trust this game.
Okay.
He goes to all the hard areas. He plays fast. He scores from the middle of the ice. Dale Hunter just absolutely elevated his minutes down the stretch. And anybody who's familiar with the way the London Knights process works, they better be like really trusting you as a player at the hardest time of year. He earned it. This is a little bit outside the box, but good on the Leafs if this is the guy that was the best available on your list.
Mount Bridges, Ontario. If you need more information, he's the center, about 5'10", 170. Obviously, so with some room to grow. He's an 18-year-old. And you saw by the position they put him in the stands, as you said, he had the longest walk of any prospect here. He's probably a little bit out of breath right now. But there's the Leafs management welcoming him, the newest Maple Leaf.
Hockey News has him as a right winger.
This morning, and I just wanted to check in. Denver Barkey's another guy we'll probably see go tomorrow.
5'10", 170 pounds. Playoff line with Denver Barkey and Ryan Winterson was awesome. He's small but smart and quick. He can finish, create, and play on both special team units. That's way off the board. He's ranked 89th by the Hockey News here.
Given more high leverage situations. The exact same thing for this guy. I mean, he is a real greasy player. I love that about him.
And these aren't throwaway picks, right? We've seen some pretty notable 28th overall picks. Corey Perry, Justin Williams, Mike Richter. Chuck, is that the difference between a Stanley Cup caliber team and other teams? The fact that you can get those diamonds in the rough, maybe where unexpected.
Well, absolutely. You look at Washington Capitals. How many years have they been picking in the 20s and drafting pretty good players late in the draft?
That's the highest pick that I've had to look for in this Hockey News magazine that I'm going through. I was complaining about Arizona going way off the board. Although the Leafs are picking late, but
firsthand a little bit more than they saw some other prospects.
Well, Wes is right there in Toronto, but Dave Morrison is living right there in the area as well. He's living up Grand Bend area, and don't discount the impact Mo had on this pick. He's been a Toronto Maple Leaf head scout, record player, personnel for as long as I've been in the game, and they would have really tracked him religiously. I wouldn't be surprised if they were at practices, including games.
Let's hear from the newest Maple Leaf, who's standing by with Carolyn Cameron.
I'll ask you to listen to
They
this.
had you sitting on the wrong side of the arena. Did hearing your name called come as a surprise?
Yeah, obviously, you dream of this moment, so it's pretty special, and especially the Leafs there. So, yeah, it's really exciting, and it's a moment I'll never forget.
In terms of how talks went with Toronto, was it something you were expecting?
Yeah, obviously, I feel like my talks at the Combine with them went really good, and I thought they liked me. So, like I said, I'm I'll never forget.
Mount Bridges, Ontario, just outside of London. What does it mean to wear that sweater?
Yeah, it means a lot, and I'm playing from my hometown there in London as well. So it means a lot. I'm very thankful to have my family here with me today and a bunch of friends. So I just want to thank everyone that supports me, and obviously I'm excited to be a Leaf.
And we hear the panel with the scouting report on you, but what type of player are the Leafs getting?
Yeah, I think I'm a very hardworking 200-foot player, and I love to win. And I think I lead well on and off the ice. So I'm very excited to get down there in Toronto and I guess show them what I'm about.
Well, congratulations and enjoy.
Thank you.
David?
I think it's fair to say he's maybe as shocked as you guys were, because he was like, yeah, well, they picked me. That's pretty cool. So you like those moments. Those are the genuine, sincere moments. And
this is a player I think the Leafs might have been able to trade down for. That's the only thing. They could have picked up a couple of extra picks for this guy.
Skates, maybe some illegal skates, if you will, but that's where it all started. Ends up going in the second round. A bit of a surprise for the OHL priority selection for him to go in the second round and be as high as he did, but a guy who looks like he's proving to be worthy of that selection. Got a run of 3 straight OHL players now, 4 all told. And remember, the OHL didn't play 2 years ago, so a lot of these guys missed out on that opportunity.
You're trying to sewer the kid. He's not in the NHL. You're out of the illegal state. All right, so there he is. He's picked now at 28th overall to the Toronto Maple Leafs. And the St. Louis Blues, once again, this is a theme tonight. They're back on the clock. Again, their 3rd pick. This was courtesy of the Tarasenko trade. Any overall thoughts before we get to St. Louis? We want to put a bow on what we just witnessed.
Well, before St. Louis gets up here, I'm actually surprised they're making 3 selections in the first round. I thought this might have been the team.
Everyone's surprised St. Louis is making this. Yeah, all 3 picks. Manning.
It's considered a deep draft, so here we go. Let's get you back down.
Guy who goes to the hard areas and elevates his game in the playoffs. I like it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, ranked 89th. He was projected as a 3rd rounder. Yeah, hometown kid. Yeah.
Theo Lidstein, Brynäs, Sweden.
Yeah, I'm not obviously super excited about his size, but I like the player I'm hearing about.
Well, we witnessed the run of OHL players, and now we've had quite a number of Swedish players, including some.
All right, St. Louis. I didn't even hear the name.
Theo Lidstein, latest member of the St. Louis Blues.
Theo Lidstein.
Left-handed shot. The one word in my notes here, after reading a bunch on him and watching a little bit, is solid. I guess that's the description. Is that the word you guys use? Solid.
Absolute blue guy. I mean,
ranked 36th overall.
For me, he might
by
be
the Hockey
best
News.
Overall defender in the entire
Best
draft.
overall defender in the overall draft.
But this guy plays to that consistent identity. When I was in Nashville, and then he got traded to Vancouver later on in his career, this guy reminds me, Chuck, of like a Dan Hamill style of player. Just that glue guy. He's going to be like that second layer that every time you roll him over the boards, what he's going to provide. He's going to be used in all situations. Understated offense.
Left shot D, 6 foot. They compare him to Marcus Pettersson.
Been taken in this draft. He had a knee injury as well that he had to play through during the season. And again, we've noticed with a few players where they just had to
180 pounds.
show their extra grit, resilience, and determination. And here's a young man, and now his name's been called.
Missed 5 weeks, and as a result of that, there was some inconsistencies in his game previous to the injury and even coming back from it. But when we go back to the Holinka Gretzky, you saw a guy that really made you jump out of your seat because of that great skating ability, and then kind of fell asleep there for a little while. The injury comes back again at the end of the year, and a guy that you're looking at who looks to be one of those top 4 defensemen for St. Louis here down the road. So they go down the center position with their first 2 picks, and then they address the next important or maybe equally as important position on defense with this pick and Lindstrom.
Interesting thing, though, Manning, about Sportsnet called him a center, and Hockey News had him as a right winger. Easton Cowan, that is.
Effusive praise for this Blues team. I think the way Jeff Merrick described it is rebuilding on the fly. We don't have to tear it down to the studs. You can just find a way. You lose Tarasenko, you lose O'Reilly, you lose some other good players, but here you are adding.
Yeah, I think that's what Doug Armstrong is looking to do. He's trying to infuse a lot of young players into his system, but he certainly has the desire to, keep being competitive and to bounce back. So it's he's done a great job here. I mean, these 3 quality prospects.
Absolutely, and we see the emotion from the parents here. It's not just the player that gets drafted, guys. It's the whole family can celebrate.
Yeah, it's funny. Manning Sportsnet called him a center, but if you go to the Sportsnet app, they have him listed as a right winger, as does the Hockey News. So I don't know if anyone out there has been watching the London Knights.
Oh, hey.
I'll walk you through everything.
I'm interested to see what he played for during the playoffs, or which position he played.
Quest Mortgage, stress-free.
Anyone hear that?
Entirely online with
No.
your own dedicated advisor. Welcome to the new way to mortgage.
All right, commercial time. We got Carolina. We got 3 teams left here: Carolina, Montreal, Vegas. Carolina at 30. We're now like 25 minutes past the estimated end time of this draft, and it seems like it's been going smoothly because there's been no trades or anything. There's been no extra time, but it's still taking another half an hour, minimum half an hour more. It's probably going to be like 45 minutes. It's probably going to be another 20 minutes, I feel like, at least. So that's 47.3. That's 4 hours. Ooh. I need to eat. I'm hungry. I've been eating cherries for like 3 hours now, over 3 hours now.
Spread out. A little water, a little dry on the peanut.
There we go. And we're back.
Surprise here, Brad. What did you like in Eastern?
Talking to traveling.
Well, our staff was, they liked him a lot. When I got into Toronto and spent some time with him, they really liked this player. Number one, they liked how competitive he was. He's been, a guy who's really developed more in the second half of the year. He had a really good playoff. He's taken a big step in the last year. So, big motor, real competitive kid. We think there's some upside there. All right, I've been asking the same question to all the Canadian general managers. Anything else cooking right now? Nothing cooking right now. And if there was, I wouldn't share with you anyhow, Elliot. But we'll keep working away on it. Thanks very much, Brad. Yeah, you bet. Thanks.
I love the honesty there for Brad Trade. Leave me alone, Elliot. I know you're going to be bugging me all the time. So there it is. His first pick as the GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, Easton Cowan at 28. We now have.
It doesn't look like, to me, it doesn't look like from Traveling's interview like he had any say in the pick at all. At all.
I'd like to congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights.
There we go, Carolina.
Stanley Cup. Thank you, the city of Nashville, for all your hospitality. And then to my good friend, David Boyle, you've been a tremendous friend, mentor for all of us here in the league. Enjoy the next chapter of your life. To make our pick, Darren York, our assistant general manager. Carolina is proud to select Bradley Nadeau.
Bradley Nadeau?
Bradley Nadeau from the BCHL.
Bradley.
And boy, did he rip it up in the BCHL. Most points in the BCHL as an under-18 player since Kyle Turris. He was the playoff MVP. He's actually committed to Maine in the NCAA. And what was cool is he played on a line in the BCHL with his older brother, Josh, who just gave a big embrace to. So, Bradley.
Left winger, right shot,
from Penticton.
5'10", 161 pounds.
Specifically out in
They compare him to Jordan Eberle on the Hockey News.
It's kind of fascinating because
From New Brunswick, yeah.
So he goes all the way out to Penticton to play in the BCHL, lights it up there, and I thought it would have been a good opportunity for this young man to go play for Canada at the under-18s. I think that potential existed for him, but he decided, you know what, although I was asked, I'm going to stay back with my team in Penticton, and I'm going to stay with the group that I've been with all year. I thought those additional looks at the under-18 might cement whether he's a first-rounder or not. It didn't seem to matter. The Carolina Hurricanes, obviously a very analytically based team, go with a guy who, like Matthew Wood 2 years ago, won the scoring title in the BCHL, This guy was lighting it up. He'll end up going to Maine with his brother next year. It'll be fascinating to track him because he definitely is one of those players on the smaller, slimmer, more frail side.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's got that frame, guys, that you don't really look. There's another name not on the back of the jersey, Chuck. We're kind of noticing that a lot today, right? But he's really slight. Here's the thing with this guy. Quick to space. I know it's like a lot of the same adjectives coming. Quick catch and release. He plays his off wing, okay? So he fronts the play a lot. He's not a guy that has plays coming to defend from the sides. He fronts it very well. Everything's up front of him, and he goes to work.
There he is, Don Waddell, and all smiles. It's really
okay. 4 hours and 15 minutes in.
And give us a little bit more of a scouting report, Bradley, to go, because what he put up in the BCHL was just ridiculous. The numbers insane.
Yeah, that one-timer backdoor, that's from range. Like, that's way out above the circle on the one side. Again, here we go, give and go. They had a wagon of a team, real good power play. A little bit of playmaking, a little bit of shooting. Here he's going to pick up a puck in the neutral zone.
Yeah, they had no footage on Easton of the Maple Leafs either. That's how off the board that was.
He's going to have to get stronger and more explosive on his stats.
I wonder if they're going to come up with footage later.
Translated a 100-point season in BCHL into a first-round draft selection from Colorado, so he joined some pretty elite company there, including Ken Johnson. Let's hear from Bradley, who's standing by with our Carolyn camera.
It's a journey for anyone who's drafted into the NHL, but Bradley, for you, it was maybe the biggest.
Okay, Bradley do. All right, so Montreal on the board after picking 5th overall, gets to pick 31st. Any Montreal fans there? Still no trades, no. This is brutal. I'm watching Easton Cowan highlights right now, lol. Yeah, good, man. Yeah, I'm very curious. I'll be, as soon as this finishes, I'll go take a look myself. Because yeah, Sportsnet didn't have any. This guy sounds like the most mature kid. Listen to his voice.
Well, congratulations and all the best. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you.
Elliot?
Thank you. There you go.
In the remaking of the St. Louis Blues.
Oh, they're talking to Armstrong, the blues man.
Well, it's a big night for us. We scouted very hard. Obviously, when we knew we were going to have our season wasn't go the way we wanted, we were able to acquire some draft equity, getting a centerman, getting a defenseman, and a captain of the Swedish national junior team. All our background work came out really strong. In
Christelle still not picked.
And their skill level. So it's the first step in adding players, and then bringing Hayes in the other day. So we're serving a little bit of today's team with an eye on tomorrow's team.
Do you think we'd make all 3 picks? Did you think that would happen tonight?
When I went to bed last night, I thought we would. We weren't really close in any deals for these picks with players. Got a couple of calls today, but nothing that perked our interest. So I felt very strong when we added Hayes that we were in a good spot to make these selections.
Thank you,
He's got a great shot. I'm watching Easton County. He's got a great shot. Doesn't give up on the play. 200-foot player who plays in all situations. I like what I'm hearing, Manning. I'm liking what I'm hearing.
Trades were made on draft day. Some big name players changing.
If he could just give him like a height transplant, maybe an inch, a couple inches. I really like what I'm hearing. So
they're good prospects this year, and but still,
this is actually sounding like a Brad Marchand kind of deal. Plays the penalty kill, plays the power play, 200-foot player, nasty. Kind of sounds like a Brad Marchand kind of deal, huh?
The 8th and final team got multiple selections in the first round. Let's take a look and a listen.
Interesting. The Leafs could have a real gem here, hopefully. All right.
With the 31st pick, the Colorado Avalanche are very proud to select from Omsk, Mikhail Gulyayev.
Okay. Did I goof there, or was that pick traded? Might have been traded. Oh yeah, in the trade for Newhook. That's went to Colorado. That's right.
Arena. Mikhail Gulyayev is going 31st overall to the Colorado Avalanche. And again, this was part of that Montreal deal a couple of days ago, consummated for Alex Newhook. So they get a second first-round pick after.
Okay.
As well.
Who do we got here?
Well, there's no question that the Colorado
Gulyayev.
value local defensemen.
This is the defenseman I was hoping the Leafs would pick. No.
This is the next line
Gulyayev.
in terms of mobile defenseman. This guy here played in 3 different leagues, as is customary.
Left shot D.
In Russia, in the VHL, the NHL.
5'10", 172 pounds. It's compared to Morgan Riley. Interesting.
That's the most in league history for a draft eligible defenseman. So there is that to consider. But a guy who handles the puck like the forward, who skates really, really well, and so
ranked 21st overall by the Hockey News.
Offense from the back end, yet still with good feet to defend. So he'll be a fascinating type of guy. But when you talk about the ability of being mentored by those similar type defensemen, there's no better place than to do it with Colorado.
His upside guys, second pairing at even strength. You could roll him out though on your first power play unit. Okay? He's a distributor more than a shooter. Sees the ice really well. Walks the offensive blue line. Great feet. One thing I'm going to say: 5'11", 172. He's a dog on a bone in the defensive zone. I'm not talking physically, but boy, does he compete. Like, he never goes away. He's always in the back pocket of forward. He's always there trying to win puck battles. I really like that about his game.
And the GMs love the tenacity of those undersized players. You're going to be undersized, so you better have a bit of that in your game. Let's see that from Juliet.
Some highlights here.
Have to get some real good action videos out of Russia, but here he is. Like, he's fronting the play. He's blocking pucks. You know, here he is. Like, this is a really neat play. 2-on-1. Okay. Goalie out. I don't know how the guy didn't score the goal, but anyways, he was there, right? He was in the way. Here it is. Walking the blue line. Let's see it. Let's see it. He opens up the lane, backdoor space. They get a power play goal out of it. He directed traffic there, took 2 defenders to the one side of the ice, opened up the backdoor lane.
Sounds like a good player.
His teammate steps in and zips it home. It's subtle, but it's a big deal.
The 4th Russian selected so far in this draft. We've got 13 Canadians.
Again, best case scenario, they call this guy a Morgan Riley.
A year ago. And here, Russian defensemen selected in the first round over the last 10 years. And obviously, Chuck, you're familiar with some of these players.
I also hear Trevling might try and go after Zadorov for the Leafs, which I don't mind at all. If he plays like bottom pairing minutes.
Well, there's certainly a country you can rely on for skill, and they do a great job of developing skill in that country and coming through. And you know, it's if the situation was a little bit different in terms of.
All right, thanks so much, Lionel. I'll see you around. Thanks for sticking with me. Appreciate it. Hope to talk to you soon. Have fun on set.
Talented players, and you're seeing a few of them go in the first round.
Don't forget to subscribe.
One selection so far. There's only 1 pick to go. We have yet to have a trade. We've definitely had a few surprises, but it's the biggest.
Cheers, brother.
And Kelly McCrimmon, the defending champ, and George McPhee, the architect behind that championship team.
All right, Vegas is the last pick.
If nothing else, it's been an efficient draft.
Love you. Love you. Mwah. Mwah. You're here, I kiss you. I kiss you. All right. Thanks, bud. All right, Vegas. Is Cristal gonna fall to the second round? He's ranked 12th overall. I think it's his hair. People don't like his hair. Pretty sure that's the deal.
Well, there they are, the Vegas Golden Knights, the defending champs. What a story season for them. Remarkable. I don't even know if this matters for them that much, guys. They had 1 drafted player on their championship team, and that was Nick Heidel. 1 player they drafted, I should make that clear. On their championship team, they got players from every other way except the draft. Maybe they're now going to be forced in a position to do it this way, the traditional way.
But they use those draft picks to acquire players to help them now. So
okay, here we go. I can't wait to eat dinner. Eat food, anything food beside a cherry.
Pretty impressive. They've done a great job.
For the past 4.5 hours. Okay.
Pick 32, the last pick of the first round coming your way from Bridgestone Arena.
Last pick.
The Vegas Golden Knights would like to congratulate David Poile on a tremendous career as a general manager in the National Hockey League, and echo the comments of many of my previous colleagues thanking him for his mentorship and leadership in the game. So all the best to you in the future, David. The Vegas Golden Knights are pleased with the 32nd selection in the first round of the entry draft to select from Frölunda, Sweden, David Edström.
David Edstrom.
So we wrap up the first round like we started the first round with a center being chosen. This time, though, not a Canadian and Connor Bedard, but a Swede and David Edstrom. A sizable Swede, guys, 6'3", and he really impressed at the Holinka Gretzky tournament, and maybe that's why he worked his way into the first round. Is that a fair assumption?
Great pick. So I
Right.
under 18s here last
Ranked 59th by the Hockey News overall. Left shot center, 6'3", 185 pounds. They compare him to Joe Leckersonek.
You needed offense. You needed traffic around the net. You did that. You need to extend a play below the goal line. You do that. Hard to play against, shift in and shift out, all of that. Like this, again, it's like a broken record, fellas, but through the draft, you can build character in your organization, kids that know how to win at the hardest time of year. This is a great pick by Vegas. Lucky them.
A team that values size, of course, goes with size down the middle of the ice. This is a guy who, like many of the players in this draft so far, was injured, missed 2 months in the season, but recognizes and has that self-awareness of exactly to knowing what to work on to improve his game. Again, what we're seeing are the results of a really good under-18 tournament by the Swedes. That recency bias, I think, has had a significant impact on the number of picks here in this draft class, this being the last, the 32nd pick, the final pick of round one.
Obviously, we're going to have time to evaluate and put a bow on things, but is there any player that was not selected in the top 32 that's surprising you, gentlemen? You're kind of saying, as much as you've loved most of the picks that have been made, you guys made a big case for why the player was selected. Is there anyone out there that you're going, wow, I'm a bit surprised they didn't go in the first 32?
I'm going to spit something out that's obscene. I feel like this isn't just a round one. It's a round 1.5 this draft.
Nice.
That's how many great players are still available on the board.
All right, well, that'll tee up the action for tomorrow nicely. It's going to be a busy night on Broadway, as it always is here in Nashville. And I imagine Tootsie's, the GM meeting.
I don't think I'll be covering tomorrow's draft. Round 2 through 7. It's kind of a lot. Doing it back to back. It's a possibility. I'm not saying no 100%. I don't think so. I'll definitely be watching it though. I didn't do it last year, but I'd done it in years past, and it's a grind. It's a real grind. But saying that, I'm gonna wait till they get back to the broadcast here for a second. Manning's got some more here. A bit more info on Cowan, the pick from the Maple Leafs. He's very good in transition. Advantages created stat is top 20 across CHL, USHL. Okay. I'm liking what I'm hearing. All right. Thank you for that, Manning. Lovely. A few Toronto Maple Leaf fans that are listening in. Is anyone here going to be watching tomorrow? Anyone? Anyone at all? Because I'll be watching. I'm not sure if I'll do a live thing. I mean, check on me just in case, but Manny means he opens up the ice for his teammates. Yes. That's definitely a pretty good quality. Really looking forward to seeing some footage on this guy. Let's see. I mean, compared to any other team, the Leafs went off the board more so number-wise, at least compared to ranked players on the Hockey News. Arizona's kind of next in that category, but it seems like a lot of teams might have slept on this kid. So sounds good though, Manning. I'm really interested. Yeah. Okay. So I think they haven't officially wrapped it up, but that's really the show. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me in the channel, you can also do that on my crowdfunding page called Buy Me a Coffee. You'll find a link on my YouTube channel for that on the home page. And yeah, I can't believe I'm looking forward to hearing about some trades maybe tonight or tomorrow before the draft. Maybe I'll even get started much earlier before the draft. Maybe that's a possibility, just to talk about trades and stuff with anyone who wants to join me. Definitely an intriguing pick. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there's going to be lots of people Googling this guy tonight. Just out of Ontario alone, I'm sure it'll come close to a few 100,000 people minimum. That's the life of a Leaf fan there, right? Oh, this is interesting. For you, Manning, and any other Leaf fans, Nick Richard on Twitter has Easton Cowan's final draft rankings from different insiders. Craig Button had him ranked 34. That kind of scares me. Bob McKenzie, 53. Oh, let's go back to the panel here for a second.
Great to have you back inside Bridgestone Arena. Gentlemen, it's funny because there were so many storylines.
I'll get back to this.
Start of this draft. Here we are, just one round down.
Dauber prospects ranked him 55.
The biggest storyline that played out with those 32 picks.
Elite prospects 66.
Pick 6 and 12. They went with 2 Russian players. This is obviously a long-term play. 2 players who I think are very talented, but 2 players that I also thought that they could acquire later in the draft and maybe acquire.
You're talking about Arizona now.
In the meantime, I think it shocked everybody when they went with Simashev at number 6.
Now, that was a big surprise. A lot of raised eyebrows, certainly from you guys. Chuck, what was the biggest storyline that caught your attention?
Well, I could go with a little low-hanging fruit. Just go with Connor Bedard going to Chicago. I mean, this is a premium top 6 franchise, original 6
really?
franchise getting
Fletcher,
an elite,
you can't talk about anything else.
Just a tremendous day for the Chicago Blackhawks.
That's the most boringest take so far.
We're done pretty early here. We thought it was going to be until midnight. We're done pretty early. We were expecting to see a lot more Gary Bettman on the podium.
I know. I'm not sure if that's teams didn't want to trade back. They felt so comfortable and confident with who was there, or our teams didn't feel the need to move up. There's good players everywhere, but it's pretty rare. Obviously, we talked about it a lot, but that certainly was a storyline.
And Jason, what about you? Biggest storyline?
It's a happy day to be a St. Louis Blues fan, in my opinion. I mean, they just drafted 3 elite players: Dalibor Dvorsky, Otto Stenberg, Theo Vinstein. I mean, this is a coup. I can't discount it, guys. This is why general managers make decisions to trade out a season sometimes, acquire draft capital, but it's what you do with it at the end of the day. I know there's a couple of years out still before this starts to, become reality, these guys at the NHL level, but what a flying start. I love what St. Louis did today.
So, again,
cool. Wow. Kissed up on you.
With 3 of those picks, and we have the first round down. The next 6 rounds, of course, coming your way tomorrow, starting at 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on Sportsnet as well. But the big storyline, and Chuck hit on it, Connor Bedard. It was the coronation of the great Connor Bedard. Started out with a little bit of trepidation on his face, wasn't 100% sure, wanted to make sure, and then the smile once it was official. First overall pick, Connor Bedard. Welcome to the NHL.
Okay. So that about wraps it up, but I just want to finish my thought on the Cowan Easton pick here. Smart Scouting picked him, had him at 68, Daily Faceoff 78, McKean's 78, and the Hockey News, as I mentioned, 89. So the highest he was ranked by was by Craig Button, a guy I don't put a lot of faith into. I know he was a general manager and all, but I don't. He's not one of my favorite broadcasters or analysts. Excuse me. Nick Redford also says that seems like this was a kid the Leafs identified and zeroed in on. They tried to trade down, and when nothing materialized, they just took him anyway. When they want Nick's actual thoughts, he says definitely feels like a reach. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here, right? I think there's going to be a lot of, I don't know. If I look at some video, I'm sure it'll like Manning has had some interesting observations on him. So we'll see what happens there. Anyways, I'm blethering on. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it, for sticking around. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Hit my crowdfunding site if you'd like to support the channel. I don't think I'll be covering the second day of the draft, but I'm not 100% sure on that. You can keep your eye open. Hopefully there'll be more trades and stuff to talk about tomorrow. Maybe I'll do some videos on that. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm still sort of moving into my new our new house here. There's so much still to do, but in generally speaking, I'll be making more videos than I have in the past year and a half. So yeah, thanks again. Appreciate you all for joining me. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for subscribing as well. And yeah, hey, I look forward to silly season, and I'll definitely be putting out some videos for that. Cheers. Enjoy your summer either way. And yeah, thanks a lot. Take care.